I'm a male, 48, and this happened when I was a teenager. It was Halloween night. My mom and dad had a party to go to, so it was my job to take my little brother trick-or-treating. We went around the closest neighborhoods before we stopped at my uncle's house like we did every year. My uncle invited us inside to have a glass of apple cider, a piece of pie, and to gossip about the things that had been happening at my school. We helped pass out candy, watched a few of the classic Halloween movies, and generally had a good time catching up with my uncle and his wife. It's the usual thing that I had done since I was a kid. It was getting late, and we were getting ready to leave when a shadow passed over the window. It was very unusual for someone to be lurking around our neighborhood. My uncle had already shut off the lights when we noticed the shadow. The first thought to go through my mind was the fact that someone had escaped from the state prison that was relatively close to my uncle's property. Ridiculous, I know, but my overactive imagination would take me to some insane lengths. My uncle told me to take my brother into his study, lock the door, and don't come out until he says to. I did as told. My brother and I quickly hid in the study and watched out the window for a few minutes. It seemed to linger on forever. To my utter improbable shock, a man in an orange jumpsuit crept towards the living room window as I saw from afar. I had to rub my eyes, wondering if my imagination truly was going insane. Now, my uncle wasn't and still isn't the type of guy that you want to mess around with. He served in the military, so he kept a lot of guns in the house to protect his family. He was a bit of a nutcase. I'm not really sure what was exchanged between the lurker and my uncle, but a gunshot scared my brother enough to pee himself. I unlocked the door to the study and ran outside to see exactly what had happened. My uncle was knelt down beside the guy in the orange jumpsuit. To my surprise, he was crying and profusely apologizing for firing the gun. It turns out that my cousin had decided to dress up as a jailbird last minute. He went to a friend's party and didn't want his dad to find out that he had been drinking, which was the reason why he was lurking around the house. He was trying to sneak in without alarming anyone, but he didn't know that his dad was still awake. My uncle shot his son without hesitation. He was questioned by the police and ended up getting rid of all of his guns in his house. My cousin recovered just fine with some time in the hospital and a story to tell now that we look back on and laugh at from time to time. He went on to graduate college and become a lawyer, actually protecting those who were wrongfully assaulted, so in the end, everything came full circle. I'm 18, female, and still scared about what could have happened last year. For the sake of privacy, I'll call my girlfriend Lisa. Lisa was a beautiful, smart girl with platinum blonde hair and blue eyes that could make anyone crave her attention. I hadn't been dating Lisa very long, maybe 5 months if that. Our relationship may not have lasted long, but I didn't have any hard feelings after the traumatic event we experienced. My girlfriend and I decided to go out with a bang for our final Halloween as youths by trick-or-treating as sirens. You know, the mythical Greek creature that lures men to their death with a special song. The costumes were on the slightly exposed side, if you know what I mean. We wore short dresses with ripped stockings and high heels, which drew more attention than we had hoped. We canvassed the neighborhood, which visited Mrs. Watson's house, Dr. Harrison's house, the elderly couple whose name I forgot, and the weird guy at the end of the road. We went to a party, had a few shots of tequila, and we went to a friend's house to smoke and eventually made our way back to my house with a bag full of candy. My mom questioned us about our night on the town. I assumed that she could tell we were a little out of it, but we engaged in a friendly conversation while sorting through our scrumptious-looking treats. Being a bit clumsy on top of all that was typical for Lisa. She dropped a handful of candy, which made my mom more suspicious, and then my dogs Pancho and Lilo gobbled up as much as they could. We laughed about 2 chihuahuas licking their lips after eating a lot of caramel candies. It didn't take long for the dogs to start acting weird. They began to foam at the mouth and violently convulsing. It looked like something straight out of The Exorcist. My mom frantically scooped up Lilo and Pancho. I called the police and tried my best to calm my scared girlfriend down. The police confiscated the candy. The vet sadly declared that our dogs had passed away before they arrived. Lisa and I fell asleep and woke up the next morning to the officer from the night before. The weird guy at the end of the road was arrested because he was stupid enough to touch the candy without gloves. Apparently he poisoned the candy with cyanide because the trashy lesbians are an abomination to the world and deserve whatever was coming to them. He was charged and sent to prison. Lisa broke up with me a few days after the incident and checked into an institution because now she suffered from PTSD. I'm sad that my dogs passed away, but I'm grateful that neither Lisa or anyone else in my family had eaten the candy. Who knows what could have happened? I urge you to be careful when you take your little ones or anyone else out trick-or-treating. Please check the treats that you receive carefully and throw out anything that looks like it had been messed with. It's for your own safety. I'm a male, 33 years old, and this happened the one time I decided to join in on the Halloween fun. My town is a small, tight community who watches out for everyone. Strangers don't usually come into town without someone knowing. Here's the events that really made me scared of the world. The Halloween Carnival comes to town every year. It's a town favorite and personally the only thing I have been looking forward to because my parents finally agreed to let me go. I usually wasn't allowed to participate in the festivals due to my health issues while growing up. Let's be honest, being the kid with health issues isn't the ideal way to grow up because no one wanted to be friends with me yet that year. I was excited to be going with the kids next door though. I suited up in the warmest clothes I could find, made sure that I had my inhaler and hurried over to the neighbor's house. The parents drove us to the festival, told us to keep an eye out for anyone we didn't know and to meet back at the entrance in a few hours. The first thing we did was gorge on cotton candy. My parents didn't let me have candy because it was bad for you. Go figure. My stomach was aching by the time we walked across the carnival to the Ferris wheel. I decided to sit down while the other kids did their thing. I was a little upset that I didn't ride with them because they were bragging about how fun it was. Stan wanted to go play the games they had, but Leela, Marco, and I wanted to go to the haunted house. We wasted about 15 minutes arguing before we flipped a coin and decided that the house was next. And that was a big mistake. The haunted house, the ghoulish favorite for teenagers and irresponsible adults, was the biggest event on our to-do list. Naturally, the line was about a mile long. Maybe an hour was spent waiting until we reached the entrance. The worker watching the front door warned us to turn back now or be cursed with the unnerving nightmares that can be caused. Stupid, I wish I would have listened to him though. Leela and I held hands while walking through the first hallway where a zombie jumped out at us. Nothing too scary. The next event was the ghost of a victim who wouldn't rest until she collected what was hers. I didn't get the chance to find out what that was because someone grabbed my arm and pulled me away from the crowd. I screamed as loud as I could, but it was useless with the loud noises and creepy music that was blasting in the cramped building. I thought it was a part of the show when I noticed that the exit was getting further and further away. My breathing started to get heavier. My chest felt like it was tightening, and then I started crying. Something warm ran down my leg, and I knew I was having a panic attack. I fumbled the pocket of my coat for my inhaler, but dropped it when the person pulling me away told me to shut up. I'm not really sure what happened after that because I woke up to the paramedics kneeling beside me holding a mask over my face. I could finally breathe. The man that had pulled me away from Stan, Leela, and Marco was a stranger that had been hiding in the building that they used for the haunted house weeks before the carnival got there. My parents were beyond angry that I had nearly been kidnapped in a crowded place that should have been safe, but the police had failed to have enough patrol around the area. It turns out that Stan had been the first person to realize I wasn't holding on to Leela anymore. He panicked and grabbed the other two so they could get help. Their parents found a police officer and they stormed through the haunted house where they found the man dragging me down an unused corridor. I'm very lucky to have been such a fearful wimp because the other kids wouldn't have even noticed that I was gone if it weren't for them not being able to hear my girlish screams. I guess that you really don't know what kind of people can be lurking around your town, no matter how small it may be. You never really know what could happen in the most crowded of places. I was almost kidnapped in a haunted house, and it turns out that I wasn't the first person he had tried to get. He had been roaming the States for years, and now he's locked away in prison somewhere, while I live in the mountains far from society and far from the criminals that used to be harmless. Don't trust anyone that says a crowded place is the safest. They're just not seeing the bigger picture. I was 8 at the time that this occurred. I'm 16 now, female, and an introvert because the memory of that night is still fresh in my mind. I'm afraid it will be there forever. Here's a little backstory which is important to this story. The horror-obsessed neighbor that I had when I was a kid had to be the only person who truly loved Halloween. It was Miss Tompkins' absolute greatest joy in life, being able to decorate. This year, she went all out on decorating for it. The house was covered in spooky delights, tasty treats were left on the doorstep, and her famous yet terrifying ghouls were placed in coffins throughout the yard. Her house was the last stop on every kid's list simply because it was the one place that could make you scared for your life. I hadn't felt good for the week prior to Halloween, so I laid in bed sick that day. I peered out the window a few times throughout the day, but hadn't seen Miss Tompkins doing the finishing touches to her masterpiece, which was weird. She should have been outside all day, taking pride in what she had created, but she wasn't. No one had seen her since the night before, and my mom was starting to get nervous since they were friends. My older brother begged me to go trick-or-treating with him. I considered lying about feeling better just to get candy, but my dad wasn't having it. He told me that I could help pass out candy. I had soup for dinner, cold medicine, and dressed up warmly with hot chocolate. My dad and I sat on the steps of the front porch, passing out candy to the other kids. They'd dance or tell us a silly joke for the candy and run down the street. Everyone avoided Miss Tompkins' house because her porch light wasn't on. She wasn't looking out the windows like she normally does, and she wasn't answering my mom's calls. A lot of the neighbors knocked on her door. She never answered, so they shrugged it off as her having the flu like much of the neighborhood did, and everyone went home. My dad and I waited on the porch until about 10:30 that night. We decided to call it quits when the last of the stragglers went home and Miss Tompkins never shut off the fireworks like she did every year before. My brother and I stayed up a little later than usual to sort through the candy he had gotten. My parents went to sleep, and soon after that so did I. I woke up the next morning to an empty house. My parents were outside talking to the other neighbors about what went on the night before. I guess my mom had a bad feeling the day before. She tossed and turned all night, so she decided to check and call the police. A few officers checked the area, knocked on the front door, but got no answers, so they called it a night as well. A patrol car had been sent earlier the next morning. He thought the coffin sitting in Tompkins' yard was cool. He walked up to the nearest coffin to admire the hard work that had been put into the decorating. I guess he touched the fake blood around the corpse's neck, and it wasn't corn syrup. Miss Tompkins' ex-boyfriend had been jealous of her new relationship. He had been harassing her for weeks about getting back together, but she refused. She told him that she was doing well since they had broken up, and he didn't take that so well. He waited until early Halloween morning to break into her house, cut her throat while she was sleeping, and he put makeup on her face. He dragged her out of the house and stuffed her body in the coffin before leaving town, and to my knowledge he hadn't been caught and her death was never justified. Miss Tompkins was a good woman that just wanted out of an abusive relationship. I guess she finally got what she wanted, but not the way that she had hoped. Because of how elegant her yard was decorated, it took an entire day to find her. Please be careful what or who you let into your life, or you might just end up like Miss Tompkins, just a ghoulish decoration on display for the entire town to see. I'm a female, 29, and this killed my Halloween vibe. My mentally ill neighbor Ed was on medication the entire time I lived next to him. He was schizophrenic, which means that he hears and possibly sees things that aren't real. He used to freak out and have a fit about what the voices were telling him to do. His parents finally decided to get him help after he was arrested for assaulting one of his co-workers. Ed stopped hallucinating and hearing the voices after he started taking medicine, and he was better, or or so I thought. You could actually hold a decent conversation with him for more than 2 minutes. He was a nice, kind man when he wasn't crazy. The neighbors had actually stopped being afraid to let their kids play outside. I could finally get a good night's sleep without hearing Ed's angry voice screaming for people to leave him alone, and I could finally have my boyfriend back. My parents would have had a heart attack if they knew that I had secretly dated Ed. Like I said, he was a good man while on the medicine, and I couldn't help but love him. Mr. and Mrs. Cole had to put up with Ed's mental condition for a long time before they finally hit their breaking point. They sent him to a mental institution where the doctors could treat his condition. Electroshock therapy and whatever they wanted to call it. I couldn't do anything to stop his parents from sending him back despite him begging me to help. I felt terrible and lost without him around because I couldn't really get inspired to decorate for Halloween when Ed wasn't there to tell me which decorations should be placed where. Ed was always interested in the legend behind Halloween, so I guess you could say that he thoroughly enjoyed the horrific side to things. It was difficult to fall asleep without hearing him shuffling around in his room through my open bedroom window. I would tell you the conversation that I had with Ed on Halloween morning, but I don't think it would be very appropriate due to the nature of it. The evening of Halloween was long, boring, and uneventful. My parents were at a party which left me and my best friend home alone to pass out the candy. My dad wanted me to lock the doors and call the police if Ed were to show up. Apparently he was released from the institution earlier that afternoon and left home shortly after he had gotten there. He didn't talk to me before leaving, so I was worried about where he could have went. My idiot self didn't bother to check the spot where we'd met. That was really stupid on my part. My friend and I were watching a horror movie, the volume blasting, causing us to not hear anything happening around the house or outside. I paused the movie for a bathroom break when we heard screaming outside. I ran to the front door to see what was wrong. Ed was hanging from the balcony of his house. The doctor at the mental institution had been bribed by Ed's dad to do whatever was necessary to fix his son. He wanted the little boy that wasn't crazy back, so the doctor did just that. He terrorized Ed the entire time he was at the institution, which is the reason why Ed had stopped taking his medication in the first place. My boyfriend was so desperate to escape the horrible pain of his mind that he took his own life. I never got to say goodbye to Ed, but I have never forgotten him. If you're struggling or someone you know is struggling with any type of disorder like Ed's, please, 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 listen to what they're telling you even if it sounds insane. This was my horrific Halloween nightmare. I'm a male, 17, and this happened last year. Halloween was never my thing. I just didn't care about the holiday. I had planned on staying home, playing my video games, and eating pizza, but my friend somehow convinced me to go to a party at this kid's house, and I knew the kid from school. I'd seen him around a few times. I was told that there was going to be a bunch of kids from my school there, so I figured, what the heck? I can have free drinks, snacks, I can go hang out with friends and get away from my dad scaring little kids for a few hours. Totally worth skipping my normal tradition. My dad begged me to stay home and help him pass out the candy, but I just wasn't feeling it. I told him that I'd be home before midnight. He was nice enough, and my friend Jay pulled up, and I didn't waste any time jumping into the car with him. My dad probably wasn't happy about me riding with Jay since he'd had more speeding tickets than anyone I knew. Jay parked a few blocks away from the party. We walked up the sidewalk, joking about how we would get to see a fight, and was happy to see our other friends waiting for us. I already had a bad feeling about the party. We weren't at the party very long before the bad feeling got worse. The party was going just as I had anticipated it would. However, who I hadn't expected to see, let's call her Marcia, was there. Marcia and I dated for 2 years before she found out that I was cheating on her the entire time. Things didn't end well between us, and before too long she had a new boyfriend. We'll call him Dave. Dave was an idiot. He bossed Marcia around, threatened any guy who talked to her, and had seen the inside of a jail cell one too many times. I was going to say something to Dave. I had finally had enough of his crap, but my friends told me to ignore them. Marcia wasn't worth getting into trouble over, so I left it at that and joined the crowd outside by the pool. I threw back quite a few shots of whiskey before challenging myself to win at beer pong. I kicked major butt at that. My friend tapped me on the shoulder and pointed to Marcia. Of course, she had to be walking towards me. I glared at her until she stopped in front of me. "I didn't expect to see you here," I growled. "Yeah," she chuckled. "I wasn't going to come here, but Dave insisted on seeing the cheating idiot. Well, here I am. I wouldn't get drunk if I were you. Never know what's going to happen." She smiled. "What?" I thought to myself, while Marcia walked back over to her boyfriend. Why would she say something like that? I mean, I knew that she could hold a grudge, but it felt more like a threat to me. I kind of shook the thought away from my mind and stuck close to my friends. We were talking about who would likely graduate high school and become a criminal, just the usual things teenagers like to think about, I guess. I snacked on several things nearby to try and sober up. I generally was all enjoying the company of my classmates before some jerk smacked my drink out of my hand. I turned around to see Dave standing behind me. He was livid. His cheeks were beet red and his jaw was clenched. That evil look in his eye brought out the inner a-hole in me. We exchanged some not nice words, and I was the idiot who threw the first punch. Brawling hadn't ever been my strong suit. Naturally, the criminal destroyed me. I dumped my beer on Dave, and he pulled a rather large hunting knife. I nearly crapped myself when I saw that thing. I knew Dave was dangerous, but I never thought that he'd bring a knife to a party. I felt like I was done. I tried to run away as quickly as possible, but I remember the entire world spinning. I was seeing spots, and I was completely out of my mind. It's hard to run when you can barely form a thought. Dave grabbed hold of my shirt and pushed me to the ground. I will spare you the gruesome details. Needless to say, I now have a prosthetic hand and one incredibly sweet scar from my temple to my jaw. Dave, I will forever regret, was never locked up because he had an incredibly good lawyer, and I spent a long time in the hospital recovering with incredible pain medication, but I still hate Halloween. I hate Halloween, and I'm basically a decoration year-round, so no, I don't think that I'll think of Halloween the same. Halloween revenge. It's basically the best way to never get caught because there are a lot of other criminals roaming the streets on that night. I'm a female, 42, and this is why I can't trust the holiday. My mom and dad adopted me when I was 3 months old because my birth parents couldn't afford to have a child at the time, which is why they gave me the best shot at a good life. My adoptive parents have been the best parents that I could have asked for. They have done everything for me and still continue to be my support system when things go wrong. I'm grateful for them, and I'm glad that they weren't harmed on that night. Halloween was a good time of year for me. I got to spend it with my friends and family. I was able to decorate the house and watch all of the kids in the neighborhood get a good scare from our house. I generally enjoyed being able to sip on apple cider while telling spooky stories to the neighbors' 2 kids. They were good kids that I babysat when I was home from college. I was home for the weekends, so I spent as much time with my parents as I could before I had to go back and finish out the semester. My mom had to make a last-minute shopping trip, so I opted to go with her. We had been walking down the street for about 45 minutes before I even noticed that people passing by were giving us questionable looks. It continued for another few minutes before I leaned close to my mom. "What are they looking at?" I asked my mom. "They're staring at you," she whispered. "Why though? I don't know any of them." I frowned. "Don't think too much of it, honey. They probably just confused you for someone else." Probably." I couldn't stop thinking about the weird looks that those people had given me. I was just walking through town with my mom before we had to pass candy out. We grabbed lunch, finished our last-minute shopping, and headed home to get ready for the night to begin. The freaking sight that I went home to was bizarre. My dad had been watching the news and saw a picture of me. Apparently I had robbed a bank and shot 2 people who were in critical condition earlier that week. The thing that baffled me the most was the fact that I'd never done anything illegal in my entire life. The fact that I was wanted for a crime that I didn't commit sent my mom into high alert. She started talking about the what-ifs of the situation, and my dad seemed to know what she was talking about. The police showed up at my house, arrested me, and brought me in to ask me questions about the robbings and shootings earlier that week. They did release me, but they told me not to leave town because they'd be back if they had any more questions. My family was livid. The entire thing made me sick to my stomach. I laid down in my room for a while before waking up to hear someone screaming downstairs. I hurried down the staircase to see a girl who looked like me screaming at my parents. She was demanding to know why they didn't take her too. Turns out that I was an identical twin. My parents adopted me after another family had adopted her. I got the better end of the adoption because my parents had money, were educated, and had good careers, whereas her parents were drug dealers and she'd been abused her entire life. She dropped out of high school, skipped college, and became a stripper at some club 3 cities over. Her parents had told her about me when she was 21. It took her a few years to finally track me down, and she stalked me for months after finding me. This girl was committing crimes in my town, and people thought it was me, all because I didn't know that I had a twin. My twin was on something, some sort of drug. She was angry and finally had enough of my mom begging for her to just leave us alone that she shot her right in my mom's leg. She ran away from the house. I called for help and my mom was taken to the hospital. The police later arrested my sister for attempting to rob a convenience store a few blocks from my house, and she was charged for the crimes she committed and sentenced with 30 years in prison. She writes me occasionally. She threatens my parents and myself because she still can't let go of the fact that I grew up with a better life. At times, I'm still baffled at the fact that she exists at all. It truly was like a horror movie. I feel bad for her, but it's not something that could have been prevented. It happens, and Halloween isn't my holiday anymore, all because of my insane twin. Timothy O'Brien lived with his family in Deer Park, Texas, with his parents and little sister. His father, Ronald O'Brien, worked as an optician at Texas State Optical in Sharpston, Houston. He was the deacon at the Second Baptist Church, where he also sang in the choir. He was a trusted member of the community, being placed in charge of the local bus program. On Halloween night of 1974, O'Brien took Timothy and his sister trick-or-treating in a Pasadena, Texas neighborhood, along with his neighbor and their 2 children. When the group knocked at a house but the occupants failed to answer, the children grew frustrated and skipped ahead to the next home in search of candy. When O'Brien caught up with them, they showed him 5 21-inch pixie sticks they had been given. When they returned home later in the evening, the young Timothy asked if he could eat one of the candy he and his friends had collected, opting for the huge pixie sticks he had prized so dearly. The young boy had trouble getting the powdered candy out of the plastic straw that contained it, so his father helped him loosen the sugary powder before offering it to him. When he ate it, Timothy remarked that the candy had a bitter flavor, so his father fetched him a glass of Kool-Aid to wash away the unpleasant taste. But this was followed by Timothy complaining that his stomach hurt. Ronald took his son to the bathroom where he immediately began to violently vomit. But the discomfort did not ease, and soon the young boy was shaking and convulsing after collapsing to the bathroom floor. Ronald held his son close, but he soon went limp in his arms. Timothy O'Brien died on his way to a nearby hospital, just less than an hour after consuming the candy. Timothy's autopsy revealed that the pixie stick he consumed was laced with a fatal dose of potassium cyanide. There was enough cyanide in his system to kill 3 to 4 fully grown adults. Timothy's death from the apparent poisoned Halloween candy prompted intense fear and paranoia in the local community. Numerous parents in Deer Park and the surrounding area promptly returned all of the candy their children acquired from trick-or-treating to the police, for fear it was laced with the same deadly poison. During police interviews, Ronald O'Brien claimed that he could not remember exactly which house gave the children the pixie stick. However, the group of adults and children had only visited 2 streets worth of homes due to heavy rain that had begun to fall that evening. This narrowed down the search considerably. Houses were searched, recent receipts seized as evidence. Yet suspicions were raised when it was discovered that none of the homes the group visited were giving out pixie sticks. Police accompanied Ronald O'Brien through the neighborhood and questioned several times. Each time, he led them to the home that the group had visited, but those occupants did not answer the door. There, Ronald claimed that he had in fact revisited the house before he caught up with the children. He claimed that the owner had cracked the door open, that he inside of the house was dark, and a hairy, scarred arm reached out and handed him all 5 of the 21-inch pixie sticks. Police discovered the homeowner in question was a man by the name of Courtney Melvin. Melvin was employed as an air traffic controller at nearby Hobby Airport and asserted under questioning that he did not get home from work until 11 p.m. on the night of the 31st. When nearly 200 witnesses confirmed this, Courtney Melvin was rolled out as a potential suspect. But as their investigation continued, police made a shocking discovery that turned all theories upside down. It was learned that Ronald O'Brien was actually more than $100,000 in debt after a history of being unable to hold down a steady-paying job. In the 10 years previous to the death of his son, Ronald had held a grand total of 21 jobs. During interviews with his current employers, police were told by Ronald's bosses that he was suspected of workplace theft from Texas State Optical and was dangerously close to being fired. His car was on the verge of being repossessed. He had defaulted on several bank loans, which had in turn led to the family home being foreclosed on. Although he presented himself as the clean-cut pastor, Ronald's life was a mess of lies and deceit. It was discovered that Ronald O'Brien had taken out life insurance policies on his children in the months preceding the poisoning. One $10,000 policy with 2 additional $20,000 policies on both children. This was in spite of the advice given by the insurance agencies not to do so. When asked, Deneen O'Brien, the mother of Timothy and Ronald's wife, claimed she was completely unaware of any insurance policies on her children's lives. The final clue came when police learned that Ronald O'Brien had stopped by a chemical supply store in Houston and asked to purchase cyanide. However, he left empty-handed when he learned the smallest amount purchasable was 5 pounds. Despite repeatedly protesting his own innocence, O'Brien was now a major suspect. Texas police never did find out just where or when Ronald O'Brien had bought the cyanide that he used on his son. But regardless, on November 5, 1974, he was arrested for Timothy's murder. Ronald was charged with 1 count of capital murder and 4 counts of attempted murder, given that the other children were in extreme danger of consuming the poison intended for Timothy. He entered a plea of not guilty to all 5 counts. During the trial, a chemist who was familiar with O'Brien claimed that he had contacted him the previous summer regarding lethal dosages of cyanide. Another chemist took the stand testifying that Ronald had asked him how he could go about purchasing the deadly chemical. Additionally, Ronald's friends and coworkers also said that in the months preceding Timothy's death, Ronald had shown an unusual interest in cyanide and spoke about how much it would take to end a person's life. Those that attended Timothy's funeral told the court how Ronald had casually talked of taking a long vacation, only possible through the money accrued from Timothy's life insurance policies. O'Brien continued to maintain his innocence throughout the trial. Bizarrely, his defense hinged on the decades-old urban legend of the Mad Poisoner, who was purported to hand out Halloween candy laced with needles, broken glass, razor blades, or poison. Despite absolutely no documentation of such malice, these stories have persisted among those with a rich imagination. On June 3, 1975, a jury took just 46 minutes to find O'Brien guilty of capital murder. The jury then took just over an hour to sentence him to death. Shortly after he was convicted, his wife filed for divorce. She later remarried, and her new husband adopted their surviving daughter, Elizabeth. The case and subsequent trial garnered national attention, and the press gave Ronald O'Brien a nickname I'm sure you'll all be familiar with: the Candyman. Halloween used to be my favorite time of the year. I was kind of a horror freak. I loved horror novels, movies, and games. I spent hours absorbing all the YouTube creepypasta stories I could find. But that all changed one Halloween night when myself and a few friends found something that would change our lives forever. This is the story of the Dead House. I always did love that air of chaos that presents on Halloween night. That twisted, festive feeling that adds a spark of excitement to an otherwise dark and dreary time of the year. We were too old to be trick-or-treating, but we still wanted to wander the streets and soak up the atmosphere. Besides, there's a lot you can get away with in costume, especially when you pour your bottle of adult beverage into a Mountain Dew bottle and label it Spooky Juice. Our buddy Spike had comprehensively won our internal costume contests with his own homemade proton pack and Ghostbusters jumpsuit. He'd spent weeks on it, watching little YouTube painting tutorials and binge-watching the movies for minor details. It looked amazing, and he wasn't about to miss out on the opportunity to show the thing off. So off we went, wandering around the neighborhood and eating store-bought candy. Since we were way too old to be trick-or-treating, part of the fun of these Halloween walkabouts was seeing the spectacular ways that fellow Halloween enthusiasts had decorated their houses. Over the years, it became something of a competition, and each year the decorations became more and more elaborate. I remember one family had gone as far as digging a small pit in their front lawn. They put some red lights in there, then covered the thing over with wooden boards that were complete with fake zombie fingers reaching out between the slats. It looked amazing, and we found ourselves joining a gaggle of parents and taking selfies with the chillingly original decoration. We saw some pretty impressive stuff that evening, from fake bodies hanging from trees to chained-up dogs that had been dressed up as adorable little hounds. But nothing caught our attention like the house at the end of Bachman Street. So a lot of you have heard of these hell houses that crop up around Halloween every year. The most infamous being these guerrilla operations where people can make a few bucks while indulging in a little of the Halloween spirit. So when you saw the house at the end of Bachman Street with its doors wide open, we figured it was just part of the display. A couple was heading away from the house looking pretty scared, so we asked them what the deal was with the front door being left open. "Oh man, they really went all out this year," one of the pair said. "It's so realistic in there. We left a few dollars on the table as a thank you. There's no tip jar anywhere, so you guys gotta see it, though." On that, we agreed. Something that was actually scary, right here in our own neighborhood? We had to see it. We studied the house intently as we wandered down the street towards it. The facade was barely decorated compared to the others we'd seen. Just a carved pumpkin and a few plastic hanging skeletons were all we could see on approach. But there was something odd about the way the cars were parked in the driveway, something weirdly chaotic. Anyway, we wander up to the front door, peering inside before entering. But again, there doesn't seem to be any extensive decoration on the inside either. That all changes once we enter the kitchen. One of the dining chairs was dripping with gore. Ropes around the armrests hanging freely as they'd been cut away from someone's arms. Laid on the table nearby were all kinds of bloody kitchen utensils, some still clogged with shredded flesh. Flies buzzed around us, landing on the body and various bloodstains around the room. "Wow," one of us said softly. "You can see where they use corn syrup to make the blood. Houseflies love that stuff." "But how did they get that kind of stink up in there?" another asked. But we didn't put too much thought into it. We were so overwhelmed and impressed that we just carried on moving through the house. The living room was somehow even more disturbing than the kitchen. Sat on a small, dark wood coffee table was a kind of homemade doll. It was a cluster of roots and twigs, all bound and woven together with reeds and dry grass. The face of the thing was made of clay, a single shiny stone pushed into it, resembling a kind of cyclopean eye. Arranged around it in a perfect circle were severed fingers, toes, and plucked out eyes. There was also a cluster of dollar bills from the couple's recent visit. I took out my wallet, taking out a few old singles before asking around to see if my buddies had anything to leave as a kind of thank you. There must have been about $14 in ones and twos in my hand by the time I let it drop onto the coffee table. "Oh, come on, let's see the upstairs, then get out of here. This place is giving me the creeps," I said. My buddies wouldn't let me hear the end of it. Scared by a family-run hell house. What an idiot. But when we saw the kids' bedroom, they were scared too. Inside, sitting among a carpet of stuffies and kids' toys, was a man. At first, all we could see was the back of him. He had long, thin gray hair and had somehow fit himself into a little girl's pink, frilly nightgown. We all froze in the doorway, staring wide-eyed as the creepy-looking old guy just sat there, playing with the toys, putting on little childish voices as he played at making them talk to one another. It was one of the most disturbing things I'd ever seen in my entire life. Whoever had thought that character up must have had one seriously disturbed imagination. The man turned still as a statue for a moment, sensing our presence behind him. When we turned, we saw his milky white eyes and blackening teeth, and ran for the door. We weren't exactly terrified, but we were still spooked and laughing nervously to ourselves as we bounded back into the street outside. But as we began to walk back out of the cul-de-sac road, blue and red lights began to flash before our eyes. It was the cops, screaming down past us down the street before rushing into the house we'd just left. There was nothing remotely fake about that house. The old man was an escaped psychiatric patient who had lived in the house as a child. The newspapers said he busted out of the institution he was being held in before he walked 30 miles into town back to his childhood home. He must have thought the people living there were intruders. At knife point, he tied them up and tortured them till he finished them. We never found out what happened to the kids inside the house, and quite frankly, I'm not sure I could handle it. In the early afternoon of Halloween 2010, Ohio resident Devin Griffin was returning home after a brisk Sunday morning of singing in his local church's choir. He never missed a Sunday service, and this All Hallows Eve would be no exception. After walking through the front door of his family home, the 16-year-old trudged up to his bedroom to relax and play video games. It was something of a routine for him. Getting up early on a Sunday meant a guilt-free afternoon of online gaming with his friends. After a few hours of gaming, Devin took a quick break to grab a snack, but began to notice something unusual about the household. It was just past 1:30 in the afternoon when Devin started to wonder where his family was. His mother, Susan Lisk, worked night shifts, so it wasn't entirely unusual for her to sleep late into the morning. But never did she stay in bed until the early afternoon. Out of curiosity, Devin wandered downstairs from his attic room and knocked on the door of the family's home's master bedroom. There was no answer, but that didn't stop him. Devin opened the door to see his mother lying in bed next to his stepfather, William Lisk Sr. A maroon comforter was pulled over their heads. In a soft voice, Devin began to ask if they were planning on getting out of bed any time soon. Again, there was no response. He walked around to her side of the bed and saw his mother's foot jutting out from underneath the goose-down duvet. He tapped on it. Again, no response. As Devin continued to talk, he instinctually pulled down the covers a little. It was her pillow. It was soaked with blood. For a moment or two, Devin could not compute what he was seeing. He later told detectives that he thought it was just some Halloween prank, albeit one done in extremely bad taste. But as he continued to look, he saw the large wound in her neck, dark clots of blood forming around it. Devin ran screaming from the house, frantically begging neighbors to summon emergency medical services. Upon his arrival, Ottawa County Sheriff Bob Bratton said 53-year-old William Lisk, his 46-year-old wife Susan Lisk, as well as her 23-year-old son Derek Griffin, were all found murdered. A preliminary coroner's exam had indicated that their deaths were caused either by gunshot or a blunt object. A suspect identified as 24-year-old William List Jr., thought to be the son of the murdered father from his previous marriage, was arrested almost 200 miles away and was initially charged with only one count of murder in the first degree. After receiving a tip that the suspect killer would be hiding out in a log cabin owned by a distant family member, Deputy Michael Balash was ordered to pay the cabin a visit. Upon his arrival, the deputy spotted a white Ford pickup truck, matching the description given of the vehicle List Jr. would be driving. When he approached the man's residence, it's reported that after List Jr. casually walked out of the brown single-story cabin, still smoking a cigarette as he leaned against a porch post. Deputy Balash then pulled in with gun drawn, took List to the ground and held him at gunpoint until backup arrived to assist with handcuffing the suspect. Carroll County Sheriff Dale Williams said that evidence was found on the suspect that also indicated that he was guilty of killing his stepmother and stepbrother. But to those that knew William List Jr., the murders hardly came as a surprise. As early as 2002, his father Bill had called law enforcement on more than one occasion because the then 16-year-old had threatened to harm himself. The boy was on house arrest at the time for other offenses. According to police records, Lisk Jr. proceeded to attack the responding officers when they arrived, and later faced charges in juvenile court of assault on a peaceful officer. Then, in October 2004, Lisk Jr. got into a violent altercation with his stepmother and struck her hard into the chest. 2 months later, police charged him with felonious assault and robbery for allegedly hitting his stepmother Susan with a coffee cup before stealing her car keys. He was found incompetent to stand trial on those charges, which were eventually dropped. List Jr. had at least 3 more encounters with the police after he moved to a group home for mental health patients. Among those incidents was a physical fight between List Jr. and his father after Bill List drove to the group home to pick him up. In the immediate aftermath, police struggled to establish a clear motive for the killings. It was clear from the records that List Jr. had repeated run-ins with law enforcement that included jail time and mental health treatment. But what exactly drove the young man to commit such an act of senseless cruelty and malice to his own parents? In the course of the investigation, it came to light that Susan Lisk had filed a police report against her stepson, claiming that he had assaulted her. The report was filed less than a month before her murder. It is entirely possible that this had been the final straw for List Jr.'s father. His past behavior and drug use had been antisocial to say the least, but William Sr. had fought time and time again to prevent his son becoming trapped in a cycle of addiction and incarceration. However, to assault his own stepmother was without a doubt a bridge too far. In court, List Jr. admitted he was guilty of all 3 counts of murder in the first degree. A judge then quickly sentenced him to serve 3 life sentences with no chance of parole. Without shedding a tear, List told a courtroom filled with those who knew and loved his father, stepmother, and stepbrother that he could not explain why he brutally murdered them on that fateful Halloween. "I love my dad very much, and it makes me feel sick every time I think about what I did," List said. "I can't really explain why this all had to happen, but I think most of all of it had to do with my mental illness." List Jr.'s defense attorney said it was ridiculous that his client could be declared legally sane, especially when he had a history of poor mental health. He said it's unknown whether Lisk was taking the medication that was prescribed for his schizoaffective disorder on the night of the murders, although he had been drinking alcohol. Clearly he should have not been provided alcohol, something that was a constant problem in his life. The mixture of alcohol and his mental illness. List Jr.'s sister, Lisa Curl, told the court that her family's lives had been changed forever. "We just don't understand how something like this could happen. You see stuff like this on TV and think it will never happen to your family. You love someone so much and then they take something away from you. I just don't know how you could do it when he loved you so much. On March 31st of 2015, William List Jr. was found dead in his cell at Ross Correctional Institution in Chillicothe, Ohio, from a self-inflicted injury. He was 29 years old. Years ago now, a few mates and me had managed to secure an invite to a Halloween house party. We didn't really know anyone else there, having only secured the invite because one of us worked with a girl whose student house it was. But since it was literally the only house party we could actually get into, we weren't arguing. A big thing about house parties is, the older you get, the harder it is to find a good one. Most people make their big house party mistake earlier in life and vow never ever to have one again. So the idea of one big hurrah before we started on that late 20s, early 30s quiet drinks bollocks was wildly appealing. We agreed to meet up in my flat for some pre-drinks and get changed into our various costumes. Fancy dress was a must, according to our mate's colleague. You have never seen such awful Halloween costumes in all your life. One lad just bought a wig and badly applied his mum's makeup, claiming to be Frankenfurter from Rocky Horror Picture Show. But without having the stones to rent the suspenders and corset, he just looked like he was in the middle of a bad sex change. Another fella just threw on some old army cadet gear so he could be a soldier or whatever. But it had been a good couple of years since he'd last put it on, and he was considerably wider around the waist. So what I suppose was meant to be intimidating just ended up looking completely ridiculous. The winner, without a doubt, was our mate Danny, who'd actually pulled off a pretty convincing Michael Myers costume. So for those that don't know, the mask used in the film Halloween is actually a Captain Kirk Star Trek mask that the prop guys roughed up a little. Yep, one of the most iconic images in horror comes from a crummy piece of sci-fi merch. Crazy, right? Anyway, Danny had actually managed to get his hands on a replica of said mask from his older brother, who was and is something of a horror freak. Then all he had to do was borrow a set of his dad's old mechanic overalls, get hold of a plastic butcher's knife, and he actually looked the real deal. So after we've filled our bellies full of cheap supermarket lager, we make a move for the house party. The place the party was at was only like 5 to 10 minute walk from my flat, so we decided to walk around to soak up a bit of the Halloween atmosphere. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe a few rooms full of people chatting away with a bit of music playing meekly in a back room. But the closer we got to the right street, the more we could hear this thumping bass sound drifting through the air. Imagine if that was the party we're going to, one of us joked. But it was the party. We're in the middle of this actual residential area. All of the other houses are settled in for the night, and there's this one house with its door wide open, people in costume wandering in and out. These colored lights, a smoke machine, even an actual bloody DJ set up in a bedroom with speakers all through the house. Enjoy it while it lasts, boys. I can guarantee you the police are on their way, right now, one of us said. Laughing, we piled into the house and started mingling with complete strangers. I won't deny it. They might have been posh kids from down south, but they knew how to throw a party. They actually laughed at us when they realized we'd brought our own beer, the host taking us into the back garden to show us these buckets full of beer and ice water. We were welcome to drink as much as we liked. In exchange, we put our room temperature cans into their fridge as a kind of communal offering. Yeah, we met a few snobs sneering with the "who invited you" look in our direction, but mostly people were lovely, especially when they found out we brought a special kind of tobacco with us. We drank long into the night somehow. The police didn't actually turn up for the first few hours. They must have been busy with the other more criminal stuff, but eventually turn up they did. But honestly, it was all part of the experience. It's not a true house party unless the busybodies show up. They were actually pretty cool about the whole thing, too. They didn't shout. They didn't stop, search, or arrest anyone. They just told us there had been a noise complaint and we had to clear out if we didn't leave there. They even laughed when someone in the crowd anonymously shouted, "Are you the male strippers we hired?" And this is where the story gets weird. So, throughout the party, our mate Danny had been kind of in character, walking silently and scarily into rooms, moving his head all slow as he looked around, just like Michael Myers. He'd then break into some weird dance and have people laughing, but it's important to know that he seemed to be enjoying playing the part. Anyway, we all managed to find each other in the throngs of people outside, despite being absolutely smashed. Only, we're not exactly ready to call it a night. So we decide to walk quite a bit of our way to visit the 24-hour off license to buy more booze. So, the whole way, Danny doesn't say a word. It might be worth mentioning that he isn't the most talkative when he sobers, so when he's angry, he pretty much says nothing at all. Just does his signature wheeze laugh when anything amusing happens. So just as we're outside the off license, queuing by the little hatch to get served, I noticed something unusual about Danny's toy butcher knife. I swear he had a fake one at the start of the night, but right then I noticed the knife in his hand is bloody real. Before the fellow in the offie notices and calls the police thinking it's real, I slowly take the knife out of his hand, having a sort of mini freakout that the bellend would be daft enough to steal a real knife from the house party. Right then, like something out of a movie, my phone starts going in my pocket. I pull it out and on the screen is the name, Danny. Now, I'm still bladdered at this point, so my first thought is that Danny lost his phone or something, and someone is calling my number, the last person he'd call, to let them know where to safely find it. So I answer with something like, "Yeah, I know. My mate's an idiot. I hope he's not stolen anything else." But the voice on the other end is Danny. Definitely Danny asking where we've gone. He passed out in the bathroom of that student's house and had only just been kicked out of. Cue an actual bloody freakout as I point the knife at this total bloody stranger and demand to know who they are. It all hits me at once. The guy had gloves on. Danny didn't. The strange guy had actual boots on. Danny just had black trainers. My mates have no idea what's going on. As far as they know, I'm on the verge of ending one of our closest mates' lives. But when they too realize what's going on, they too start freaking out on the fella, asking him what he was planning on doing with that knife, following us halfway around town like a proper creep. The lad ended up laying it down the street as we chased him. I have no idea what we were going to do, but we were angry and scared. So I'm sort of glad we didn't catch up to him. It was Halloween. My mom and dad had gone to an adult Halloween party at their friend's house and left me, a 14-year-old male, and my sister home alone to hand out candy to the neighborhood kids. We lived on a small farm surrounded by other small farms, and Halloweens were pretty mellow. My sister was 12 and had finally gotten to the age where she thought trick-or-treating and dressing up was embarrassing, and I just liked staying home and playing video games with my friends, so I didn't usually go out on Halloween. The only issue that night was my parents had forgotten to get candy, so they told us to hand out whatever fruit or pretzels we had in the kitchen. And that was so embarrassing for me, having to give kids something they didn't want on the one night of the year that they were supposed to be getting candy. I wasn't too worried about it, given that not many kids lived in our area, so we figured that we wouldn't have to answer the door much at all. We handed out the first batch of apples to disappointed kids, and by 11 p.m., we assumed that we were done for the night. Then came a knock at the door. It was late, and I didn't really want to answer the door again, but I figured it was just little kids, and I didn't want to be rude and ignore them when they could see that the lights were on inside. I got to the door and pulled it open, and was shocked to see 4 very tall guys standing there, all en masse, holding their pillowcases open, seemingly expecting candy. "Sorry guys, we don't have any candy. We've been handing out apples to the kids all night. Might have some pretzels if you want some." The tallest one in front just tilted his head at me almost like he was confused by what I was saying, but none of them actually spoke. I didn't really know what else to do, so I started to close the door. When I went to shut it all the way, one of the guys put his shoe between the door and the door frame to prevent me from closing it. I opened the door again to ask him what his problem was, but instead, he and his friends just pushed their way inside. I yelled for my sister to run and hide before being shoved to the ground. One of the intruders pulled out a bat out from under his robe and in a low, deep voice said, "We didn't come for any candy." I managed to get onto my hands and knees before being kicked in the stomach, knocking me to the ground once again. I tried screaming, but the thing about living on a farm with more land between you and your neighbors than the average neighborhood is no one is going to hear you scream when you need help, but I kept screaming anyways. "It's Halloween. You really think anyone's going to think twice about a kid screaming?" And this made the rest of them laugh behind their masks. "Look, I don't know what you want, but I can give you money if you just leave. Please, you don't need to hurt anyone." I expected a response, but he just laughed at my shaky voice. In a baby talk voice, one of the guys said, "Aw, look, the little baby's scared. Where's Daddy to save you when you need him?" I felt a stinging at my side as the guy with the bat swung it directly into my ribs. I was trying to listen to the voices to figure out how old they were, and from what I could tell, they seemed young enough to be teenagers. There was a lot of thoughts going through my mind in that moment. I mean, they definitely weren't mature at all, and I crawled to the corner of the room in pain as they spoke to each other about what rooms they would go in and what they were going to take. One of the guys took me outside while the others looked around the house for whatever it was they wanted. I saw my sister on the roof, hiding outside her window from the man that I could see had just entered her room. The guy that took me outside had me by the collar of my shirt and was leading me toward the barn. He opened the door to the pig pen and pushed me inside. Threatening me with the bat, he made me roll around in the mud and film me as he forced me to oink. I was terrified, exhausted, confused, embarrassed, and felt completely humiliated at what I was being forced to do. The guy was laughing the whole time, too. He told me to get up and let me out of the barn and back inside the house to show the rest of his friends what he'd done to me. And they only just joined in the torment. They made me drink the toilet water, eat trash from the trash can, and other things I can't even speak of as they pulled me around. The whole time I was just hoping they wouldn't find my sister. The strange thing is, they hadn't even mentioned her once. They took me to my room and began taking turns throwing punches. I had no idea what I had done to deserve this horrible beating and torture that I was being put through. I was just going through torture in my mind, and I had no idea. I almost blacked out many times. 10 minutes into the beating, I heard one of them ask me where my sister was. They told me that they wanted to have some fun with her and that they'd stop hurting me if I told them. And this was the moment I decided to stop talking completely. They could hurt me all they wanted. I was not letting them near my sister. They asked me again, spitting in my face each time I refused to talk, but there was nothing they could do to me that would get me to give her up. Eventually, they tied me to a chair in the kitchen and just exited the house after thoroughly trashing the place. And I must have blacked out at some point because when I woke up, I was in the hospital attached to just a bunch of machines. My mom was crying when she noticed me awake and took her time to tell me exactly what happened. It turns out the girl I had just broken up with the week before asked her brother to scare me as revenge for hurting her. I guess he and his friends were just insane for taking it to the extent that they did. I guess they just got caught up in it, as disgusting as that sounds. Thankfully, they were all arrested, but only the brother was actually sentenced to some jail time. He received 5 years for aggravated assault and home invasion charges. The other guys got probation as a plea deal for ratting him out. I'm still in a lot of pain since this happened less than a year ago, but I guess there's one thing I'd tell kids answering the door for Halloween when their parents aren't home. Always check your peephole first. Back when it was originally released, I really wanted to get my hands on a new Xbox One X. You know the one. It was 4K ready with a considerably faster processor. So naturally, I tried absolutely everything in my power to get one as immediately as I could. My local Walmart was having one of those Black Friday sales, and like so many others, I stood patiently in line, waiting to try and beat the rush to grab one. But I was nowhere near sprightly or fortunate enough to actually get one that way. So after failing to get one in person, I then tried getting one online. But as rapidly as I wanted one to own, the users who were reselling them were asking way too much money, and I simply couldn't afford to shell out double, or sometimes triple the price. After weeks of trying to find a way to get a hold of one, I had to come to the conclusion that it just wasn't to be. It was then that I had something of a stroke of luck. Although I had resorted to Craigslist in my desperation, I did actually find someone that was selling their Xbox One X at no more than the original buying price of the console. Naturally, I was skeptical. For the life of me, I simply couldn't fathom why they would do something like that, but one thought overrode all others. If I didn't put in a bid now, someone else would, and I could kiss my chance of owning a 1X goodbye. I immediately emailed the seller and let them know that I was very interested. Not only that, but I had the cash on hand and was ready to go. I also offered to pay for gas or whatever it would take to get the console delivered to my door. I figured that would be a pretty appealing offer to someone who I guess was just strapped for cash around the holidays. I was stunned to get an almost instantaneous response, stating that they did still have the Xbox and were in fact still waiting for a proper bid from a serious buyer. They politely asked for a delivery address so they could bring it over as soon as possible. I was sort of hesitant to divulge such personal information and asked if it would be a better idea to first meet in public since it was much safer that way. I'll be honest, I wasn't too pleased with the idea of a total stranger coming over to my house, but he informed me that he was going to be very busy running holiday errands all day and that there would only be some pretty specific windows of opportunity to drop it off. It would be much more convenient for him if he was about to come over to my house. I was still not particularly ecstatic about the idea, but oh man, I really wanted that new 4K Xbox. So in the end, I agreed and texted the dude my home address. I figured it was safer than me going over to his place. At least this way I'd be on home turf. I was so happy and eager to get my hands on that new console, and that excitement only grew as I began waiting for the guy to turn up. But he took his sweet time. I mean, hours and hours passed by before I began to suspect that he wasn't going to actually show. Around 1 in the afternoon, 4 hours after he was due, I was seriously losing my cool, thinking it was a prank or something. I tried texting the guy back, asking him where he was. Previously, I had gotten pretty timely responses from the guy, but this time I didn't hear a single thing from him. By 6 that evening, I just lost all hope. I assumed that he got a better offer from someone else and didn't have the heart to tell me he picked a new buyer. I was disappointed, more than words can possibly describe. I got myself so psyched, and I can't even tell you how deflated I was. It's one thing not to have gotten the item from the store. I could come to terms with that. But I was so close to having one in my hands, it sucked having my hopes dashed so cruelly like that. And that didn't mean I'd given up entirely. So for the rest of the night, I kept looking around on Craigslist and other sites to find a new Xbox One X that was within my price range. But as I was getting ready to wind down for bed, I heard something. At first I had dismissed it as the wind or something, that it was maybe just my imagination. But then I heard it again. Someone knocking. Not at my front door, but lightly on the TV room window. I walked up to the bedroom window and peered out into the driveway, seeing this strange-looking dude at my front door looking around as if checking the coast is clear. I'm suspicious, but I go downstairs to see what he wants. He identified himself as the guy who had the Xbox, apologized for being so late, and explained he had gotten backtracked with errands during his day. Then he casually asked if I still had the money. I opened the door all the way, but still kept the screen door closed as a precaution. Something just didn't feel right, like at all. I told him that, yeah, I still had the cash on me, but I didn't see that he had anything with him, so I calmly asked if he had brought the Xbox with him, like if it's still in his car or anything. As expected, he told me it was out in his van. He told me to get the money and come out to the van with him and he would get it for me. I let him know that I wasn't really comfortable walking out to his van, but he seems to understand and tells me it was all good. I briefly look over the guy's shoulder and see that there is in fact someone else sitting there in the van. Not only that, but the dude at my door has been keeping his hands concealed in the little front pouch of his hoodie the whole time while talking to me, and there was definitely something more than just his hands in there. Don't ask me how I could tell. I just could. You know when you just get a gut feeling about something? Yeah, that. I tried to stay as chill as possible as I lied to him that I'd just go fetch my wallet and return in a minute. His mood immediately changed as I closed the door in his face before locking it. I then make the split-second decision, better to be safe than sorry, so I pull my phone out of my shorts and dial 911. But as I do, I heard a loud thud on my front door, then the sound of the van's engine revving before it zooms off into the night. When I went to check and see if he had damaged my door, I nearly peed my pants when I saw a rusty old hatchet buried in the wood. I was right that he had something in his sweatshirt, and that I shouldn't go out to the van with him. Be careful who you're buying from, folks. You never know who's behind the username. About 10 years ago, I graduated college, was unable to find immediate work, and got pretty desperate around Christmas time. So I took on the iconic role of Santa Claus at my local mall. But since Christmas is probably my favorite holiday, I never had a problem getting into character. And well, thanks to my love of pizza and beer, I've never had a problem looking the part either. All it took was the addition of one of those glossy fake white beards and the iconic red suit itself, and I was making myself feel festive just by looking in the mirror. I had the voice down, the suit, the beard, and if I'm being honest, I was pretty proud of how good a Santa I was. Outside of the holiday season, I now work as an admin assistant for a shipping company. Not exactly the most exciting job in the world, but it pays all right. So when the annual opportunity to don the red suit and make some kids smile comes around, I jump at the chance. However, during my time on the job, the most valuable lesson I learned was that you can never, ever promise the kids anything. There will be some children that ask for unrealistic gifts for Christmas. Some are just impossible to procure, like, I want a dragon, a horse, a tank. But sometimes they'll ask for other things that are a little more sensible, just way out of their parents' holiday budget. So I'd learned to give them my best, Santa will try his very best for you, before moving the topic of conversation onto something else. Christmas last year was pretty rough, though, mainly because I had made the decision to make it the final one I'd play Santa. But it was rough for other reasons, too. I'd developed quite the working relationship with some of the mall employees, both short and long-term, so it was quite emotional when I announced that I'd be hanging up the Santa hat to spend more time with my family around the holidays. Anyway, Friday, December 22nd, was my last shift before the switch over to the new guy playing Santa Claus, and the mall was way busier than expected. I mean, it always gets pretty hectic the closer you get to Christmas, but even I've never seen anything like it in all the years I've been playing the role. This final day of festivities was easily the toughest one to date, as I knew after that day I'd be moving on from playing Santa Claus. I know this seems kinda suspect. Most people feel liberated when they leave a job like that. But at the risk of sounding sort of sappy, I didn't have many good Christmases growing up, so I felt like a lot of the festive spirit was me making up for lost time. They say that time flies when you're having fun. Never was a truer word said. That last day flew by quicker than I could have ever expected. One minute it was lunchtime, the next the sun had set, and it was fast approaching the time when I'd have to wrap everything up. But just as I was beginning to leave, I noticed a little girl slowly approaching me. "Why, hello there, little one. And where are your parents?" I kept the voice on, giving her my warmest Santa smile. She didn't say a word. She just gave me this tired look and kept walking toward me with her arms held aloft, as if she wanted to be picked up. I looked around for her parents, but I didn't see anyone that was obviously accompanying her. So I picked the little girl up and plopped her down on my lap, just as I'd done 1,000 times before. "And what might your name be, young lady?" My name is Holly." "Holly? Well, I never. What an adorable festive name. The Holly and the Ivy is one of my favorite Christmas songs. And may I ask, what is your last name, Holly?"
"Donachie. It's Donachie."
I nodded to the nearby mall security to have the name Holly Donachie broadcast over the mall's speaker system. That way her parents would come and find her. No doubt they'd be extremely worried at this point. But all the while this was happening, I would keep her company. "And what is it that Santa can get you for Christmas, Holly?" Again, she didn't answer. She looked off into the distance as if she were staring at nothing, like the 1,000-yard stare you hear about NAM vets having. She then looked up at me with the saddest set of blue-green eyes I'd ever seen.
"All I want for Christmas is a friend."
I was dumbstruck. In all my years of playing Santa Claus, I'd never had any kids say they wanted a friend for Christmas. It was absolutely heart-wrenching. All I could think to do was pat her on the head. "Well, I can be your friend, Holly. Santa Claus will always be your friend, and I'm sure a little girl as lovely as you will have no trouble finding herself a friend." She gave me a weak smile, hugged me, and then hopped down off my lap. I tried to stop her from just running off, but I was hesitant to actually grab her by the arm, lest I upset her. I called her name a few times, but she didn't seem to listen. She just disappeared into the throngs of festive shoppers. I tried to follow, but there was no sign of her, so I started asking around if anyone had seen a little girl, about 4 feet tall, long brown hair, those almost luminous blue-green eyes, kind of a shabby appearance. Not a single person had any idea what I was talking about. It took a fair few minutes for members of the mall's security staff to actually wade through the sea of people and make it to the Santa's grotto. When I told them that she ran off into the department store, they started to become worried. "Have any parents showed up looking for her?" I asked. "Nah, no one. Maybe she just wandered here after getting out of the house or something. Parents don't even know to look here." I was getting increasingly anxious as time went on, but after a thorough search of the mall and some intense studying of the CCTV camera, there were no signs of little Holly. It was like she just dropped off the face of the earth. I suppose that should have been the last of it, but for some reason I couldn't keep this little girl off my mind. The way she acted when questioned about her parents, compared to how forthcoming she was with all the other stuff I'd asked her, left a really bad taste in my mouth. So, one morning after a dog walk and a little breakfast, I sat down on my computer and plugged the little girl's name into Google. I don't quite know what I was expecting to find. Nothing, if I'm being honest, but what I did find absolutely horrified me. December 23rd. Desperate mother pleads for return of missing girl. 9-year-old Holly Grace Donachie was reported missing by her mother, Lily Rose Donachie. At the time of her disappearance, the little girl was wearing a blue and white dress, white tights, and said her hair was in bunches. She is approximately 4 feet 2 inches tall, weighing at 60 pounds, and has brown hair and blue-green eyes. If you have any information regarding the whereabouts of any missing person, please contact the Suffolk County Police Department at 617-635-1100. I was stunned. I just saw her a few weeks before on the 22nd. Perhaps it was a typo, but the more I researched, the more uneasy I became. The next article sent shivers down my spine. January 4th. Breaking. The remains of the missing 9-year-old girl, Holly Donachie, were found today, January 4th, in a wooded area about 3 miles away from her home. Suffolk County Police are investigating the cause of death, which appears to be an act of foul play. Holly was gone. She died just a few weeks after I met her. and all she ever wanted was a friend. I worked in a toy shop for a couple of years, and as you can imagine, Christmas was a pretty intense time for all of us who worked the holiday shifts. It was impossible to get that job without being an intensely enthusiastic, happy, smiley kind of person. Like 80% of the staff were entertainers or had come from some kind of performance background, and we were living the dream, so to speak. We were actually getting paid to play with toys, joke with kids, and above all, Christmas was the best time of the year for that. A toy shop at Christmas time has such a magical feeling about it, especially if all the staff have the Christmas spirit about them. Now, our store was hugely into Christmas, to the point where our smart casual uniforms even had assistants to Santa Claus or Santa's little helpers or other various things written in big writing over the back. This, of course, led to some fantastic interactions with kids, asking about if we'd met him and things like that. Being the only staff member who had actually worked with children for years, these questions were normally sent my way to be answered because I always had one ready. So, that's the backstory out of the way. One weekday, at an oddly quiet moment, I was on my own on the shop floor while the other staff members restocked after the afternoon rush. A boy comes in unaccompanied, must have been about 9 or 10, smiles briefly at me, and starts walking around. I gave him a couple of minutes to take a look at things before asking him if he wants to play with the new air-powered rocket launcher we had.
No thanks. I know Santa. I don't need your help, he replies flatly.
This was mildly unusual, but hey, he was a pretty sweet kid otherwise. Unfortunately, I don't know much in there that would have been good for a kid his age. I figured it'll probably be his dad or someone paying for it, so I start showing him some of the limited stuff that would be suitable for some of the older kids. I show him a few things, and he sees something he likes, this big massage slipper. It's one big slipper that you put both feet into, and it has various massage settings. Not the kind of thing I'd imagine him to pick out, but a fairly cool gift nonetheless. So he asks how much it is, and I tell him it's like $20 or whatever the price was. He then instantly looks angry and frustrated.
Is that a bit too expensive, bud?
I ask, keeping the tone friendly. I don't want this kid to be upset, and he nods. So I show him some other things, and he starts getting more and more difficult to deal with. He's frowning, breathing all heavy through his nose like he's building up to some kind of temper tantrum. He starts telling me again how he knows Santa, how Santa gives toys away to good kids and doesn't ask for money in return. I just calmly explain that I can't just give stuff away for free, then politely leave him to it to browse the rest of the toys. A couple of more minutes go by. I'm just sitting by the cash register reading a book since the store is so quiet. It's only me and the kid with my manager up in the office. I remember looking up from my book, and the kid is at the register, just staring up at me with this angry look on his face. Once again, I apologize and explain to the kid that, as much as I'd like to, I can't just give stock away, otherwise I'll get fired.
Your boss is mean, the kid says, seething with anger at this point.
Now, this probably wasn't the best thing to do, but since the kid was so on the money with this little statement, my boss was indeed a jerk, I just laugh. Like, not hysterically, just like this little involuntary giggle. The kid does not take this well. He thinks I'm laughing at him.
Why are you laughing at me?
He asks, practically shaking with rage. I begin to explain that I'm not actually laughing at him, but I soon realize it's not getting through to him. He just storms out of the store, disappearing among the crowds of middle-aged women that are clogging up the mall. As the afternoon draws on, the store gets a little busier and I get to actually do some work. Like I said, the work was fun, so it was never a problem. Being busy meant the hours go quicker, which means I get to go home quicker. Win-win. So I make a few sales, get to test out some of the fancy new Nerf guns we had in the store, and the weird kid eventually just slips from my mind. Nothing remotely eventful happens for the rest of the day.
right up until closing time when I'm starting my stock take and working on closing down the store. Someone is standing at the register. I look up from my worksheet and it's the kid. I give him a cheery enough greeting, hoping the kid's mood is improved, but it hasn't. Instead, it's gotten worse. "You're mean too," he hisses. "Look, I'm sorry, kid, but where are your parents?" I ask, but the kid refuses to answer. He just glares at me again. "Kid, where are your parents? I don't want to have to call mall security, but you can't be wandering around on your own, okay?" "He knows when you are sleeping," the kid mutters. I roll my eyes, but the way he says it has me really creeped out. "He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been bad or good, and you've been really, really bad." Where's your pop, kid?" I ask again, trying to remain calm. "North Pole." "Yeah, very funny, but seriously, you gotta go. The store is closing." "He's gonna climb down your chimney, covered in soot, all while you're asleep," the kid said. I didn't say a word in reply. "He'll know when you're asleep, and he'll be able to creep up right next to your bed." I reach for the store's phone, dialing the mall security short number. I try not to listen to the kid, but I can't help but hear his words over the phone's dial tone. "He's gonna stuff your mouth with coal until you choke and die." I turn, ready to scream at this creepy little brat. It's one thing to be a spoiled kid. It's another to say such threatening things to someone who's only trying to help. But when I turn around, the kid was gone. Not a sign of him, even outside the store in the emptying mall. I've only told this story a handful of times, but it never fails to creep me out. The idea of such a kid having such a skewed idea of Santa as some weird, avenging angel, having a warped view of the holiday season, never, ever fails to make my skin crawl. Former funeral director here. A bit of a setup first. The cemetery I run is real old, like by a good few hundred years. At least it must be, since the church next to it was constructed during the 17th century. Considering the fact that it is a pretty rural place as well, most people back in the day were buried with only wooden crosses and such, no stone or marble. So as time goes on, crosses rot and wither away, new people get buried, etc. Nowadays, due to less people living out here in the sticks, which means our budget is increasingly limited, the cemetery is really run down and overgrown. It is a really pretty place, and it's honestly pretty depressing. So as some of you can imagine, when you keep burying bodies in the same small patch of dirt for that many centuries, eventually the soil has been worked over dozens and dozens of times. So in the end, it consists of mainly bone meal. You can't even rake over the flower beds there without accidentally uncovering some teeth or finger bones or something equally grim. It's nothing but fragmented skeletons all the way down under the thin turf. The soil sort of resembles the kind of dirt you see near sandy beaches, except on closer examination, all the light-colored parts are just bone fragments rather than crushed seashells. Not really scary or unexpected, just super eerie until you eventually get used to it. You learn to treat anything recognizable as human remains with respect and just tuck it away out of sight under the plant or whatever else you were putting there. Anyway, so someone was taking care of their relative's grave and decided to expand the area around the grave. For some reason, the people around here are not particularly fond of grass, rather preferring a well-leveled ground with Zen garden lines made with a rake. The person removed the grass and was sprucing up the place with a rake when they pulled up a bunch of snow-white hair from the dirt. They must have just freaked out and ran out of there, leaving the cemetery attendant to stumble across what was essentially hair coming out of the ground. She reported it to the church and supposedly they reburied the remains. Even with all my years as an undertaker, I'm not entirely sure how there could have been a body so close to the surface. But there's another incident that sticks with me even more than that one. My business partner and I had just gotten back to the funeral home from a call for a 27-year-old woman who tragically passed away due to terminal cancer. As we were moving her body from the cot to an embalming table, we heard an audible click, and the radio across the room turned on full volume of static. It's one of those old radios you turn the volume dial until it clicks to turn it on. We both looked at each other, pale as ghosts. He happened to be extremely religious, and this event visibly shook him. He found an excuse to leave early not long after the incident. So I shut the radio off, as I typically use my iPhone to listen to music while doing embalming work. When I'd finished the procedure and was attempting to move her from the embalming table to a dressing table, I heard that click from the old radio, and it turned on full volume yet again. At this point, I was fairly freaked out and got out of there not long after. My partner and I never spoke of it again, and nothing like that had ever occurred to my knowledge before or after.
This happened on Halloween of last year. Me and a couple of buddies were out getting candy. Our neighborhood isn't exactly the safest, but it isn't the worst either. About 90 minutes into trick-or-treating, we see a house with a sign that says "Go to the van for your candy," which had an arrow pointing down to a creepy-looking black van. This house was at the end of the street, so if things did go south, it would be easy to get away fast if necessary. We go to the van, and we see a man sitting in the driver's seat. He tells us,
"Your candy is in the back here. Open up the door and come on in."
I know when something is up, and my alarm bells were punching my brain at this point. We all give each other a confused look. Then we ask the man, "Why isn't the door already open? And why aren't you out here? Couldn't you have done the same thing with a take one note or something?" He just repeats himself, telling us to get into the back of his van for our candy. We say no and continue on with our trick-or-treating. About 20 minutes later, we're about 2 blocks away. We notice a van about halfway down the street behind us. The same black van from before. I tell the others and we agree to haul ass back to my friend's house. Once the van notices us running away, it takes off in the other direction. When we got to our friend's house, we frantically tell our parents about what happened. They called the cops, but as far as I know, they never found the van. We agreed not to trick-or-treat this year, and decided to just hang out instead. I still wonder what would have happened if we had been stupid enough to enter that van. Number 2. I used to own a small Halloween-themed shop that was located downtown in a fairly small city. And unlike many businesses in town after Walmart's arrival, my store never really suffered when it came to customers. Of course, it was only open for the month of October. I sold a lot of unique things you might find at other novelty stores in bigger cities, but for cheaper prices. I really didn't do it for profit as much as I did to celebrate the spooky Halloween spirit. I also love to celebrate that spirit by doing the best to scare the crap out of people every Halloween. On one particular Halloween, my chosen victim was my buddy Alex. He was a pretty relaxed and calm guy for most of the time, so he was the perfect person for the plan I had in mind. First, you should know that I always began packing up my store on Halloween fairly early in the morning, as it was unlikely to get customers on the holiday itself. I told Alex that I had much heavier merchandise that year and could use his help moving it all out. Not knowing what he was getting into, he accepted, and I told him to meet me at the shop around 10 p.m. sharp. As I said, Alex was a very relaxed and calm guy for most of the time. Well, unfortunately for him, he had once told me about his irrational fear of clowns and how he couldn't function around them. So naturally, my plan involved dressing up in a clown costume. When he would arrive at the shop, I would stand perfectly still like a statue. Once he realized he couldn't find me, he would then call me, most likely. But when my phone rang, it would be in the pocket of an apparent clown statue, and when he came over to investigate, I would give him my best scare. Pretty simple plan, right? Everything was set in motion. I dressed up and stood near the back of the store, obscured by some boxes and other decorations, and waited for his arrival. A little after 10, Alex entered. It was very dark, as I made the last-minute decision to cut out the lights before he arrived. He called my name a few times, but of course I didn't respond. I heard him walking around a bit, looking around the shop for me. I could barely hold back my laughter. But after more shuffling, I heard Alex speak in a defensive tone. "Not funny, dude." I looked around, but there was definitely no way he could see me right now, even if I had twitched or anything. I continued to play dumb. "Come on, man," he repeated again, sounding angrier this time. "That's not funny." Confused, I quietly adjusted a nearby stack of boxes so I could peer through the crack towards his voice. I couldn't make out his shape very well, but I knew for sure he was not looking in my direction. Suddenly my phone rang. I heard Alex turn towards the sound instantly. I froze, giddy with excitement that the plan might be working. But as he approached, I realized he wasn't holding his phone, and a wave of disappointment fell over me as I discovered my prank had been ruined by another caller. "Alright, fine, you got me," I announced shortly after the phone stopped ringing, taking off my mask and stepping out into the open. But Alex's face didn't look relieved. His face twisted in such horror, in a way that I had never seen before. He began yelling and spouting panicked words, and I spent the next few minutes trying to get him to calm down. He explained to me that when he entered the store, a man in a clown costume was staring at him, and then began slowly walking towards him. But when my phone rang, the man had dashed right out of the store. Alex had no idea that I was actually hiding in the back of the store the whole time. I don't want to think about what could have happened if Alex had showed up late that night, or if my other friend had never called during the prank. Number 3. I'm a police officer. A situation that stands out the most would have to be Halloween of 2001. This particular experience nearly made me take a leave due to the weirdness, so don't say I didn't warn you. It starts off on a regular Halloween patrol. My regular partner was sick, but somehow still managed to attend a party, so I was stuck with a crotchety racist bastard who I didn't like. After about an hour, he says something like, "Hey, Spook, what's going on over there?" After a brief and angry discourse on nomenclature, we stopped to see what looked like an impromptu costume orgy past a thicket on the side of the road. This was normal for Halloween, and was more often than not middle-aged partygoers. The two men were dressed like Mickey Mouse, and the woman was hard to see, but appeared to be dressed as a deer. Normally when I see the old random hump, I let them have the privacy to finish, and then chase them off or arrest them depending on location. This time was disconcerting though. They weren't holding the woman down, but from what I could see she was unresponsive, so we strolled up and tapped on the tree behind them. They didn't stop canoodling, but what we saw made us jump back, and I'm ashamed to admit, I threw up on the spot. This is the part where I say I saw what was the single most awful thing I, and I'm assuming racist asshole as well, have ever seen. It wasn't a deer costume. It was a half-butchered doe, with its intestines strewn about. They were taking turns fucking it, and all they were wearing was Mickey Mouse masks. That was really hard to write because the image is still fresh in my brain, even after all these years. This was just so inhumanly awful that I can't describe it. I might tear up. I'm not kidding. Anyway, we stare completely frozen for about a minute until racist asshole takes out his gun and starts yelling at them. These guys don't pay any attention to us and just keep humping away, covered from the waist down in blood and what appeared to be some solid matter. Finally, my brain kicks in, and I tell racist asshole to lower his gun, and we both step forward and detain the two men. We call it all in, and we take the two men back to the station. They don't say a damn word the whole way back, but one of them kept chuckling. They tested positive for meth. Big fucking surprise. And they both were very incoherent, even after they came down. I didn't look too much into it, but they apparently were both run-of-the-mill laborers who had gone missing months prior. So that has to be one of the more gruesome things I've ever seen. One of the most visually disturbing anyway. So yeah, happy Halloween.
So, I was very young when this happened. So young, in fact, that I don't remember a whole lot, only bits and pieces. I'd say that I was 5 or 6 years old. My parents filled in the gaps for me, so I'm going to tell the whole version of the story, both my parts and theirs. We were living in an old farmhouse at the time. My parents were poor, so they rented from a landlord that owned a few small properties in the area. My dad worked in the steel mill on the midnight shift, so he worked some odd hours. This is relevant because it might be the only reason that we're still alive and that I'm able to write this story today.
Help! He's going to rape me! Help me!
We jolted out of bed and were fully awake in an instant. I was sleeping in my bed with my parents that night because I was having some awful night terrors. My dad, who had just switched from midnight shifts to days, jumped out of bed and cautiously made his way down the stairs, grabbing a stoking pick from the fireplace in the living room. He got to the door when he heard it again.
Help! Help! Oh my God, he's coming!
The woman's voice on the other side of the door began sobbing hysterically. "We have to help her. Open the door," said my mother. My mum is an inherently good woman who always goes out of her way to help people every single day of her life. She reached out for the deadbolt, but my dad stopped her. He shot her a look and said cautiously through the door, "What's going on? Who's after you and where is he?" The voice through the door responded,
I just need to get in before he gets here. Please, please.
More sobs. My father turned on the porch light and said, "Stay up on the porch with your back against the door." He then opened the deadbolt, but not the chain lock. He slipped a brick that we used as a doorstop through the crack. "Take this and use it to defend yourself if you need it. I'll be right on the other side of this door, and if he comes after you, I'll come out and help. In the meantime, I'm calling the police. They'll be here soon." This is when the woman starts to absolutely lose her mind. She began slamming her whole body into the door with a mindless fury.
What the fuck's wrong with you? Let me in this goddamn house right now. What kind of fucking people are you?
My dad forced the door shut and clicked the deadbolt home again. He immediately called the police, and they came within 10 minutes. When they arrived, the woman was simply gone. The doorstop brick was sitting on one of the porch steps. My parents gave a description of the events and the woman as best they could. We tried our best to get some sleep in the following nights, but my mum and dad checked all of the locks and windows several times throughout the night. I don't remember understanding what happened, but I remember thinking that my parents were acting strange and wondering why they didn't help this woman. I thought the man snuck up and got her while we were calling the police. A few days later, we found out that the police had been called for a similar situation at a different house. My dad's brother-in-law worked in law enforcement and told us that that time the police happened to have a car down the street and arrived without lights and sirens. The officers saw the woman that my parents had described at the front door on top of the porch. When they began walking up to her, a man dashed out of the bushes from the side of the porch. They chased him down pretty quickly and recovered a long kitchen knife from the bushes where he had been hiding. The man and the woman had been working together to try to gain entry to houses. The police surmised that the woman would get people to open their doors and let her in, and then she would let her partner in. God only knows what they would have done once they got inside. Once I heard this story and put it together with my memories of the event, it sent chills down my spine. Imagine what would have happened if my dad had been working the midnight shifts, or if he had just been asleep. He grew up in a very bad neighborhood, Gary, Indiana, so he was always cautious about people around him. Usually, it was mildly irritating, but that time, it may have saved our lives. Number 2. This happened on a Norwegian peninsula when I was about 15 years old. It must have been 2006, give or take a year. Regardless, it was Halloween night, and I didn't really have any plans. Too old for trick-or-treating, too young for partying. It was a small peninsula anyway, so there wasn't much going on. I was just sat at home, playing RuneScape on my desktop. This continued until sundown. You could say I was mildly addicted to that game. I usually like to play with the lights off. Bad for your eyes, but I like the mood it set. Anyway, it's around 9 PM. My mum comes into my room and pats me on the shoulder. "Didn't you hear me? I said I'm going out for 20 minutes, she said. I had my noise-cancelling headphones on, so I was oblivious to the fact that she had been shouting to me. She heads downstairs, and I hear the door slam. I put my headphones back on, and sink back into my own little pixelated world. As such, I can't really tell you how much time passed when this happened. When you looked out of my bedroom door, which at the time was wide open, you could see down into the long corridor leading to my mum's room opposite. Since all of the lights were off, I could only really make out the outlines of all the objects, and that was only after my eyes adjusted after looking at the bright computer screen. Until then, it was like looking into a dark void of total blackness. You know when one of your senses has picked up on something that you're not totally conscious of yet, and you feel a little uneasy? Well, that happened to me while I was playing. It felt like someone else was around me, like that I'm being watched sensation. I figure my mum came back from wherever she went, and that I just hadn't heard her due to my headphones. But if that was the case, why hadn't she turned the lights on? I looked down into the dark corridor. At the far end, something's glowing. It's large and fluorescent green. It's spherical. Looks like a floating orb of some kind. I freak out and whip off my headphones. After looking at it for a moment, it becomes clear that this isn't an orb at all, or anything supernatural like that. There's 2 black holes where eyes should be, and a dark slit for a mouth. It's a glow-in-the-dark mask, and it's not floating. Someone's wearing it. Whoever it is facing me. I can't make out the rest of their body, but the head is definitely looking in my direction and is slowly inching closer. It's some sort of distorted, expressionless face. It's hard to describe, but the image of it is burned deep into my memory. Realizing he's been spotted, the guy freezes. We just stare at each other for what felt like the longest time. He raises a finger up to the lips of his mask. "Shh, I'm just a trick-or-treater." It's a thick, manly voice, one I didn't recognize. In a state of shock, and not really knowing how to react, I just sit there, keeping my eyes on him. "So, trick or treat?" I mumble out, "Neither. Please go now." But he doesn't go. The glowing face starts moving towards me. Desperate to keep him out of my bedroom, I leap up and slam my door closed, locking it and pressing the full weight of my body against it. The guy is just outside my door. I can hear his deep breaths on the other side. He tries the door handle. It rattles. More heavy breaths. He tries the handle again. Then I can hear quick footsteps moving down the stairs, and what I think is my front door opening and closing. Still in shock, I just sit in my barricaded room, sobbing to myself until my mum finally returns. It felt like forever since I'd last seen her. She asked me what was wrong, why I was crying, and why there was a large Hessian sack left in the corridor. I told her what had just happened. She called the police for me immediately. I like to think that this was just a crazy person, and that they didn't really have any intention of harming me. Just some sort of messed up Halloween prank. Whatever the case, it was a surreal experience, and the image of that floating, talking face has haunted me for the longest time. The most unnerving part about this to me, though, is the fact that the peninsula really was very small. For me to see a face around town that I didn't recognize was very rare. More than likely, someone in my family knew who this person was. Hell, I probably knew who it was. I hate to think that after that event, I may very well have interacted with that person. The thought that they specifically targeted me out of everyone in the area made me extremely uncomfortable. I never felt safe there after that. That's part of the reason I moved away when I was 18.
My mom is a pretty chill person. She's a bit religious nowadays, but a lot of that has to do with her past, which, mind you, is pretty crazy. She grew up in the 70s and lived a fairly normal life. Over the years, as I've gotten older, I've begun to know her more as a friend and less like a mom. Recently, she confided in me why she hates Halloween. Growing up, my mom let me and my brother celebrate the holiday, but she never got into the spirit of Halloween. No decorations, no parties. She let us go trick-or-treating with our dad, and that was it. And all of this had to do with something tragic from her past. Something that happened on one Halloween night. You've probably heard about the candy scares from back in the day. Rumor has it that someone put razor blades in candy, and a couple of kids got jacked up. Since then, they've debunked those stories, stating rather conclusively that those urban legends were not based on any truth. But according to my mom, some of those stories are real, and because of that, she doesn't celebrate Halloween. My mom grew up in a suburb outside of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and like every other little girl in the world, she was excited to celebrate Halloween. She was 9 years old when it happened. It was like any other Halloween. Her father would take her, her sister, and brother out trick-or-treating at 7. They would walk around collecting candy for an hour or so and head back home. They would eat a few pieces of candy, then watch a show together before heading to bed. On that particular Halloween, my mom said that she was dressed as Minnie Mouse, her younger brother was Mickey, and her older sister was Daisy Duck. They were a trifecta of Disney characters. They walked around their neighborhood, just like in previous years, and started filling their buckets with candy from their neighbors. They then got to one house at the end of their street, a house they normally avoided. My mom didn't really specify why they avoided it, they just did. They approached the house apprehensively, taking a few small steps at a time. The man that opened the door, according to my mom, was massive. He was bald and had this vacant look on his face. He reached into their bags and placed candy, but they couldn't tell what it was. There was a group of kids walking with them who started eating their candy right away. My mom looked over and saw a kid smile, then his face turned stone cold. Blood poured out of his mouth. He started coughing and convulsing on the sidewalk. My mom reached down to help him, but he just spat blood on her. She said he kept doing this until her costume was covered in it. He tried to speak, but he was unable to. He opened his mouth, and his tongue fell out, right there on the sidewalk. To this day, Mom turns white as she tells the story, the blood draining from her face. My mom said everyone around them started screaming. They were looking for an adult, someone to intervene in the situation, but it was just the few of them standing there. Then another kid started coughing a little further down the street. It was the same thing as before. Blood poured down the front of his shirt until he passed out on the ground. My mom was about to run towards him when another kid right next to her started going through the same thing. The way my mom tells it, he looked at her in the eyes, crying and begging for her to do something. Then his mouth burst open as blood spewed out. He then spit out something. It was his tonsils. They fell on the ground in front of him, and then he passed out. I find this hard to believe, but according to my mom, what happened next was the most terrifying thing to occur. 4 or 5 more kids started vomiting blood. She then looked at her brother. His mouth cracked open, and blood came trickling out, staining his Mickey Mouse costume red. She screamed and wrapped her arms around him, both of them now soaked in blood. His head then snapped backwards. The weight of his body was too much for my mom, so she had to let him drop to the ground. At that moment, she looked back at the creepy house, and the man was sitting there on his porch. He was staring out into the carnage, smoking a long pipe, and laughing maniacally. The end is coming, children. The end is coming. Although my mom thought no police or adults saw what was going on, she was wrong. Shots rang out in the night, and the man on the porch fell to his knees. In seconds, he was surrounded by police, who cuffed him and kicked down his door. Mom stood there on the sidewalk, watching it all happen. They recovered a lot of interesting items from his house. His basement was full of various torture devices. They found hundreds of Polaroid pictures all over his house, of children and teenagers. They then found a bowl full of chopped up razor blades. Turns out the man in the house was chopping up razor blades and putting them into candy. Some of the pieces were large, others were fairly small. The end result, however, was the same. My mom said she threw away all the candy she collected that night. Her brother, my uncle, survived. To this day, he has a bit of a speech impediment, and he says that's just how his tongue works. My mom tells me that he has blocked out the memory of that Halloween night, and rightfully so. I'm surprised she ever let any of us participate in the holiday. As a young kid, I do remember my mom checking the candy before we dug in. She said to me, "I don't sleep at all on Halloween. I'm up half the night thinking about that man on his front porch and the kids who spat out their tongues. I don't think I'll ever unsee that." We survived Halloween this year as we normally do, but when my mom told me that story, I couldn't help but think a bit differently about the holiday. Now I understand why she stays inside and doesn't dress up, and why she hates Halloween.
When I was 13, my mom and dad let me go trick-or-treating for the first time without any supervision. All these years later, I can still remember how psyched I was that I was allowed out on my own for the first time. But little did I know, it would prove to be my first and last time trick-or-treating on my own. So at around 5:30, me and a few of my middle school buddies all got together and started walking from house to house. But we were faced with something of a problem. Some of the fancier houses, the ones with spookier decor, were so jammed up with kids that some had literal lines forming down the driveways. So, not wanting to line up for our candy, we figured we'd be smart and knock on the houses that no one else was knocking at. This was not a smart idea for obvious reasons, as the houses with no decorations sometimes just tell you to get lost or pretend not to be home at all. Anyway, we knock on this one house, and instead of getting some grouchy grown-ups, some kid the same age as us answers the door. We didn't recognize him from school or from hanging around the neighborhood, so we're kind of confused, like, trick or treat? All before the kid just slams the door in our face. Feeling suitably rejected, a few of us go to just walk back down the driveway, but one of my friends is like, "Nah, screw this kid," and knocks on the door again. The kid answers and my buddy sings, "Trick or treat," before striking this dumb pose as if to be like, "Screw you." The kid then absolutely explodes and screams like, "You knock on my house again, and I'll kill you," before slamming the door again. Again, most of us are like, "Dude, let's just go." But this one friend of mine is basically like, "Oh, it's on." Shoves his finger into the house's doorbell and keeps it there, resulting in this long, solid brrr sound. Even over the buzzer, you could hear the kid running back towards the door from the other side. Only this time when he opens it up, he has this huge, gnarly looking blade in his hand, like a sacrificial dagger in design, but at least the length of his forearm. As soon as we see it, we just bolt up the driveway and out into the street, but I kid you not, this kid follows us. We managed to maintain a steady distance between us as we ran, and the kid wasn't all that fast of a runner. But in all of our dumb costumes, we couldn't run as fast as normal, so we're in serious danger of maybe tripping, falling, or just slowing down enough for this psycho knife kid to catch up to us. I think the worst part was when we saw some lady taking out some trash and we ran to her for help. She just looked at us like we were playing a prank, and then when she saw the knife, she just bolts back indoors too. I swear to God, that was the worst feeling, thinking, my God, no one's gonna help us. Then, I remember seeing the fastest of us swerving over to some house on one side of the street we were running down. Then, only when I got a little closer did I realize he was bolting into an open garage. We all follow, and we managed to pull the manual door down just in time to shut out the knife kid, who then starts kicking the garage door. This summons the homeowner into the garage, who's obviously like, "What are you doing here?" But once we explain the situation, the guy runs off to call the cops. We're still in the garage, shaking and panting, still terrified the kid is going to break into the guy's home somehow. But the next time the homeowner reappeared in the garage, he has his cell phone in one hand and a gun in the other. Only then did I actually start to feel safe. Like I'm not even a gun guy or anything like that, but I saw that thing and just thought, okay, if the kid gets in, he's done. And in the moment, that actually calmed me down. Kinda scary that it did, but we move on. Anyways, the cops showed up pretty quick, which meant we had the pleasure of watching that stupid psycho get slammed into the pavement. Kind of a sad story in a way, because we heard the kid was super neglected by his parents, and that he had a bunch of mental problems too. His parents used to leave him alone for weeks at a time because they traveled a bunch for work. Kinda like if Kevin from Home Alone had just suddenly lost his mind or something. I feel for the kid in a way, but honestly, he was lucky he didn't get shot, either by the homeowner or by the cops. And we all hate that kid to this day because, after that, we weren't allowed to go trick-or-treating until we were way too old for it anyway.
If you really like my content and want to support me, please like this video and click the subscribe button. It helps me to grow my channel as essential in reaching a wider audience. Most of you watching my videos aren't subscribed to my channel, and that's why my animations can't reach their full potential. They aren't recommended to more people who would surely love my content as much as you do. You can always unsubscribe at any moment. Thank you in advance, and enjoy the rest of the video.
Halloween night. I'm 12 years old, growing up in Fontana, California. I'd arranged to ride my bike over to my friend's house. We'd go trick-or-treating in his neighborhood and then ride back home with my candy by 8:30. All goes to plan. I get a fat sack of minis and I'm riding my bike back along the sidewalk. I come across this guy leaning up against a wall, lit up by a streetlight. He's smoking a cigarette, wearing a dark hoodie, and as I get near him, he looks at me and calls out like, "Nice costume, kid." Then steps out into the sidewalk to check out my costume and ask me about it. He was being real friendly and I was way naive, so it's not like alarm bells were going off. He then asked for some of my candy, and only then was I worried that he might actually take any of it. I'd have been absolutely heartbroken if I'd gone to all that effort only to get jacked for my candy on the way home. So, I reach into my bag, pull out a few minis, and then hand them over. This seems to satisfy him, and he thanks me for asking what my costume was. My last memory is of me explaining who Nightwing is, and then the next thing I remember, I'm waking up on the concrete and my legs hurt. I turn my head and see my legs are all wrapped up in a bike frame, but I also see the same dude who stopped me pull out a knife and be like, "Give me the bike." I'm so dizzy and stuff that I have to kick the bike away from me just so he could take it, and I realize then that I'm on the floor because the guy knocked me out somehow. I'm guessing with a sucker punch or whatever because I could taste blood in my mouth. He picks my bike up and I somehow find my feet, and I know I should have been scared, but I was only so hazy that I honestly couldn't feel anything but just like a resigned numbness. The whole thing only really hit me when the guy told me to take my shoes off. I had these sick Nike Air Maxes on that were my brother's, navy blue and perfect for the Nightwing costume. They weren't mine, so I told the guy no, and I couldn't give them away because they were my big brother's. That's when the guy hit me again. And although it didn't knock me out, it definitely knocked me on my butt. Then as I'm sitting there, fighting back tears, he actually takes them off my feet, and I'm too scared and upset and mad that I just didn't do anything about it. I just let him. The whole time I'm thinking, this guy might stab me just because. So I just couldn't fight back at all. Then he says something like, "I'll leave you with your candy though." Like he's saying I'm a good guy really. Sure, I just knocked out a 12-year-old, but I'm a good guy at heart. It's one of the few things from my childhood/teenage years that actually still really bugs me to this day. And I still remember walking home in my socks like it was yesterday. My mom and dad called the cops for me as soon as I got home, but they never caught the guy to my knowledge. Sick thing is, the guy is probably still out there, thinking he was a good guy for punching a 12-year-old, but leaving him with his candy.
This happened on Halloween night in 2019. Me and 3 of my friends, Dennis, Eddie, and Adam, were out doing what most 14-year-olds would do on Halloween: get as much candy as possible. Afterward, we hung out at the bowling alley and played a few games there. I was the one in the group who stuck out like a sore thumb. Eddie and Adam were dressed in all black, donning skeleton masks, and Dennis was wearing a latex Michael Jackson mask. However, I was wearing a bright red and black Spider-Man costume. This will be important later on, so just keep it in mind. After we bowled a few games, we decided to go to another nearby neighborhood to prank a couple of people we knew. Not anything dangerous, we would just knock on their door and scare them. However, when we approached the first house, this is where things took a turn for the worst. We rang the doorbell and waited for an answer. All of my friends were in the front yard, waiting to jump out. I was crouched below the fence by the pathway that led to the street. A car then pulls up across from me, with its windows down. I noticed 2 men in the vehicle. One was a skinny guy, and the other was much larger and more intimidating. Not wanting to give off the impression that I was up to no good, I gave them a friendly smile and waved to them before putting my mask on. Moments later, nobody answered the door, and the car was still idling across the road, so we decided to go elsewhere. We made our way further up the street and noticed that the car started moving again, keeping pace with us but maintaining its distance. At this point, Dennis, Eddie, and Adam had caught on to the fact that something was wrong. So we turned into a dark alley that went uphill. There was no lighting, so it was pitch black. About halfway up, we looked behind us to see if we were still being followed. What we saw sent a sharp feeling of dread up my spine. The larger man was marching up the alley. We took off down the alley and made it to the other side and started down the hill and into another neighborhood to avoid the men. This is where I realized that the shoes that I had on were awful. It was basically just a rubber sole with nothing on the inside that would secure my foot in place, so it would slip out of the shoe with every step, making running impossible. We tried everything. I even tried to piggyback off of one of my friends, which proved useless despite me being the skinniest, so I had no choice but to hop my way down the street. Meanwhile, the large man had reached the end of the alley. He crossed the street and waited. Soon, the car came around the corner and pulled up, and he got in. We were just about to turn the corner when the car came speeding onto the path in front of us, nearly running me over. This is where I decided to stay where I was with my hands raised above my head. The others took off without me. I don't blame them. It was a fight or flight situation. I pretty much accepted that I was likely going to be murdered. The large man then got out of the car and started yelling, "Get your fucking friends back here now!" The skinny guy still in the car had already caught up with them. They eventually let us go. It turns out that they thought we were a different group of kids that apparently were throwing eggs at their car. Me and my friends retreated back to the bowling alley and called our parents to come pick us up. That was enough for tonight. We were thoroughly terrified about being hunted down by a couple of creepy-ass guys. While we were waiting for them, we saw that same car pass us again, 3 more times. And even after me, Dennis, and Adam left, Eddie called us to say that he saw it pass 1 more time. Something that still bothers me about this whole situation is that I want to know how they could have mistaken us for another group of kids. I was wearing bright red spandex, for crying out loud. I doubt whoever they were pursuing that night was wearing something similar. Also, the fact that they circled us after the encounter makes me question what they were really up to. I believe that we all narrowly escaped a gruesome fate on that Halloween night.
This happened on Halloween night a few years back. It was a chilling 60 degrees out that night, but it was still nice enough to have the windows cracked while cruising down the road. Me and my girlfriend, who's now my wife, wanted to do something scary to get ourselves in the Halloween spirit. So after doing some research online, we discovered an abandoned Girl Scout camp on the outskirts of town. It was closed down due to a fire that resulted in the death of a young girl back in 1975. And her spirit supposedly can be seen wandering through the forest nearby after midnight. Around 11:30, we packed up and headed out. I knew that homeless people sometimes like to camp in the cement structures to get out of the weather, so I made sure to bring my metal baseball bat. There were 8 of us in total, myself, my girlfriend, and 6 of our friends. We drove 3 separate cars there. On the way there, I noticed a white cargo van parked under a bridge next to a lake, but I didn't think anything of it at the time. We eventually turned down the secluded road that led to the forest trail. We parked, exited our vehicles, and pulled out our flashlights, then headed down the path towards the old ruined building. After 30 to 45 minutes of messing around, pretending to scare each other in the dark, advancing further into the woods, we suddenly heard the crunching of leaves. We all stopped in our tracks and listened. We then heard my girlfriend's car horn sound off in the distance. Well, it occurred to me that I'd left her windows cracked, and someone was now reaching into the car and activating the horn. Well, after the initial shock, we all began sprinting back. Wielding the bat, me and one of my other friends took point and cautiously approached the area where the cars were parked. I saw a shadow duck behind one of the cars. I then told my friend to shine his flashlight towards that spot, and we approached the car but saw nothing. We quickly checked the rest of the area, but nothing was around the vehicles or inside them. We then heard the sound of tires skidding to a halt, and saw the white van blocking the only exit. 2 of my friends sprinted to their car as a man stepped out and approached us. Well, something about him felt off. I noticed that his right hand was buried into his jacket pocket. "Do, any of you have a lighter?" the man asked, his hand never leaving his pocket. Well, alarm bells were going off in my head as I suddenly felt vulnerable. What good would this bat do if this guy had a gun? We slowly backed away and made our way to the car, quickly locking ourselves inside. "Why are you leaving? We're not the cops." The pale moonlight illuminated the man's sickly smile as he stood in between the cars. "Now, which one of you fuckers has a light?" Just then, my friend started up his car, causing the man to look in his direction. Well, I took this as my cue to fire up my girlfriend's car. We hauled ass out of there. Well, it turns out there was just enough room for our vehicles to make it past the van. We sped down that country road as fast as we could and made it back to my place in record time. I have no idea what that man had planned for us, or what he had in his pockets, but it couldn't have been good. If you're gonna have an adventure on Halloween night, just remember to be careful and pay close attention to your surroundings, especially when you're doing something potentially dangerous. You may just get more than what you bargained for.
Me and a friend of mine who I'll call Josh and a couple of our friends went to a Halloween party on October 30th of 2018. We all decided to go as characters from the Purge movies. We all had on these smiling LED masks. Josh's was the only mask that had a green light. This will come into play later. There were 5 of us, and we all indulged in alcohol. Josh got so wasted that he couldn't even stand up. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning when we decided to call it quits. Since I had the car, and was the only one out of the group who didn't drink as much as the others, it fell to me to drive everyone else home. I had to walk Josh to his front door, because he fell on his ass as soon as he got out of the car. After he got inside and closed the door, I dropped the rest of my friends off and then went home. It was around 5 a.m. when I woke up to my phone ringing. I looked at my phone to see that it was Josh calling me. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and answered. Hello? Hey, I think there's someone in my house. Josh's voice was extremely hushed and panicked. My heart dropped. He went on to say that he heard footsteps in his living room and got up to see what it was. He then heard someone rush out of the side door. He said he was now hiding behind his bed with the door to his room locked. I couldn't believe my ears. Josh lived in a pretty big house in a safe neighborhood. I never thought anyone would have the balls to break in. You need to call the cops, I told him. That should have been his first call, but remember, he was still heavily intoxicated. He called the police from his house phone, and I stayed on the line with him until they showed up. The cops found footprints on his carpet and his side door wide open. He was so drunk that he must have forgotten to lock it. Of course, there was no sign of the intruder anywhere. The cops then told Josh to lock all of his doors and call back if anything else happened. It was now Halloween. I went over to Josh's house to help him pass out candy to the children. It was around 9 p.m. when the parents started telling their kids to come inside, mostly because it was a school night. We were packing everything up when we heard a tap on the window. The blinds were closed, and we could see a green light coming from the other side. I slowly approached the window and opened the blinds. What I saw terrified me. Standing on the other side was a man brandishing a knife, but most disturbing of all, he was wearing the same LED purge mask that Josh had on the night before. The man let out a horrifying laugh before he started banging on the window like a lunatic. We just stood there in total shock. Eventually, we ran out of the room and grabbed the phone to call 911. We then heard someone screaming from outside. I'm guessing some passers-by saw the man at the window and got startled. The man then took off. When the cops got there, the only description that they could give was that he was wearing a green light-up purge mask. As far as I know, the guy was never caught. The moral of the story is that you should make sure your doors are locked at night. Halloween sometimes brings out the crazies.
So I don't know if y'all remember, but in 2015, Halloween fell on a Saturday. I was 14 back then, first year of high school, and it turned out to be the last time we ever went trick-or-treating, so I'm glad we made the most of it. And we made the most of it by organizing a trick-or-treat sleepover party, i.e., we'd all get together, go trick-or-treating, then head back to our friend's place for the sleepover. So on Halloween night, we got given a curfew of 9:30, and we intended to use this spare time for something a little less wholesome. We planned to trick-or-treat until like 8 p.m., then after that, we'd head over to our high school. Why visit high school on a weekend, I hear you ask? Well, we knew the older kids had a place they'd sneak off to smoke cigarettes, and we heard they kept a stash of nudie magazines somewhere around the same spot. And before you start going off about who has nudie magazines in the age of the internet, I got 2 words for you: parental locks. Anyways, we head down there, start rustling around the bushes looking for the mags when one of my buddies walks off to find somewhere to pee. He comes back a minute or so later with this horrified look on his face like, "Run." Seeing that look on his face, we didn't ask any questions. We just ran as fast as we could until we were back under the relative safety of some nearby streetlights. We all stood there, panting as our buddy struggles to get out that he told us to run because when he was peeing, he looked around and saw some guy watching him go, and the guy was doing stuff to himself. We all accused him of trying to pull a prank on us at first, but in hindsight, I think it was more that we didn't want to believe that it was true, as opposed to us actually not believing him. Like, yeah, we pulled pranks on each other all the time, but nothing like that. And besides, you could just tell from his reaction that he wasn't kidding. We weren't exactly the best actors, and if this whole act was just a performance, it was Oscar winning. So, as much as the official line was that he was trying to just scare us, we all had our suspicions that he was telling the truth. Like when one of us suggested that we go back because he'd probably just spooked himself somehow, he was adamant that we just go right back to the sleepover. I mean, he told us he'd walk back to our buddy's house alone if that was what it took. Anyway, it was pretty intense, but we moved on from it pretty quickly. Even the kid who apparently saw the guy just did his best to forget about it. Amazing how easy you can compartmentalize stuff at that age. Then, like a year later, the following summer, a kid goes missing 2 towns over. It was a whole thing, missing posters and TV appeals, and I remember feeling so bad for the family. Then, when the cops found someone they wanted to talk to, they go to his house and he pulls out a gun. Cue a 3-hour standoff that ends with cops trying to bust into his home and the guy shooting himself when they did. They never found the kid who went missing. Long story short, my buddy thinks it's the same guy who was watching him pee that night we were trick-or-treating. And as much as I don't want to, I think I actually believe him. I don't think he'd ever make something up like that, and honestly, sometimes I think my friend was only a hair's breadth away from being the kid that no one ever found. About 10 years ago now, I was living in my first real apartment, and it was Halloween night. I lived on the ground floor, and we had a bunch of neighborhood kids walking around the complex, going from apartment to apartment and collecting candy. It was kind of annoying after a while, I'll be honest. I was trying to play Modern Warfare 2, and getting up every 5 minutes to give out candy was seriously messing with my KD. So in the end, I just put the bowl of candy outside with a little sign that said, "Help yourself," and then went back to gaming. About a half hour goes by with no knocking, so I'm pretty pleased with this until, out of nowhere, I hear someone knocking on my apartment door. I figured some kid had just stole the entire bowl, and here was the next set of kids wondering if they could get some candy. Either way, I'm thinking like, nope, not answering it. But whoever it is keeps knocking over and over again like they're just not stopping. So I get up and rummage through my kitchen to try to find something sweet to give the kids. Then when I head to the door, I open up to see that all the candy is still right there in the bowl. Well, most of it anyway, and the kids are still knocking. It's then that I look down and see this one kid, had to be maybe 7 or 8 years old, and he's holding one of his sneakers in his hand, standing on one leg, and there's this little drip, drip, drip of blood coming off his foot. Before I could even ask, one of the kids says like, "My friend hurt his foot. Could we have a Band-Aid, please?" Of course, I asked the kids to come inside, prop the one kid on a chair to see his foot. Turns out he stood on a nail or something that's gone right up through the sole because he has this perfectly round little poke wound that was bleeding something fierce. Now, I wanted to call 911, but at the same time I'm thinking, what if I burden some family with medical bills they can't afford? So instead, I ask if any of their parents are around, and the wounded kid says his dad was out in the neighborhood with them, but they don't know where he is now. I then ask the non-wounded kid to go find the wounded kid's dad and bring him to my apartment. Okay, they say, and off they go. In the meantime, I give the kids some candy, clean up their foot as best I can, and put wrap and gauze around the kid's foot. I know I'm not exactly an EMT, but I feel so bad for them. It was just this little boy just fighting so hard not to cry in front of his buddies. And my God, was he doing a good job of it too. Anyways, like 5 minutes later, someone starts banging on my door. Not knocking, banging on my door. I know it has to be the kid's dad, and I figured he was just agitated because who wouldn't be, but when I open the door, this absolute unit of a guy just launches himself at me, then throws me against a wall. Guy's a total skinhead, at least 3 bills, and couldn't have been an inch before 6'5". Like he could have eaten me alive in one gulp if he wanted to, and he's screaming in my face, "Where's my kid? Tell me where my kid is or I'll freaking kill you. You understand me?" I could barely get a word out. I just pointed into the TV room, and we both just heard his kid say, "Dad?" He looks back in the direction of the room, looks back at me, and then runs into the TV room to check on his kid. I'm too scared to walk into the room, and I'm just standing there in the hallway as the guy asks his kid, "What did that guy do to you? Tell me right now." The kid starts crying, not being able to get his words out, which was freaking agony because I'm thinking, "Tell him, kid. Tell him I'm a good guy." But I think the kid was so worried that they were in trouble that all they could do was burst into tears. Every second that went by, that guy was gearing up closer and closer to kill me. You could just see it in his face. And in the end, I had to jump in to explain what had happened, that his kid had cut his foot, and all that had happened is that he had knocked at my apartment to get some medical attention. The dad only believed me when his kid started nodding along with what I was saying. Turns out those kids I sent to look for his dad basically told him 2 things. 1, your son is hurt, and 2, that he's in some strange guy's apartment. That's when the guy puts 2 and 2 together to make 5, then just zooms over to my apartment to rip my head off. Once the guy calmed down, he apologized and offered me $50 out of his wallet to say thank you. I know I should have just taken that idiot's money, but honestly, I think I had like Stockholm Syndrome at the time or something, because I rationalized the whole confrontation away like, of course the guy wants to keep his kids safe from weirdos. I guess I just never understood what the phrase, "no good deed goes unpunished" until that night, and honestly, I just wanted to get back to playing Modern Warfare 2. I used to do a lot of babysitting work in my teenage years, and one Halloween I got an offer good enough that I legitimately canceled my party plans. Not my party, obviously, and I won't brag by telling you how much I got, but the family's first choice canceled last minute and they were desperate. Anyway, the job is a dream one, the kid is adorable, and there's minimal trouble at bedtime. Then after the kid fell asleep, I'm left to kill some time in the usual way, watching TV, texting, ordering pizza, etc. Anyway, since it was Halloween, I'm watching a few spooky movies and shows on TV. Shout out to the Treehouse of Horror marathon on Fox. Then all of a sudden, I start hearing something talking in another room. Now bear in mind that I think I'm home alone there, so hearing another voice while knowing the kid was asleep. Jesus Christ, I remember how my heart raced all those years later. It wasn't even just normal talking or whispering either, but this low, almost demonic voice speaking to another one. Ugh, it put the fear of God directly into me, I swear. I just jumped in, ran to the kitchen to grab the cordless phone and a knife, and then started edging towards the room I heard the voices coming from. The whole time I'm like, I need to protect this kid. But the fear of knowing I was going to be the first one to get got was honestly one of the worst things I've ever felt. Then right as I hear, 911, what's your emergency? And I know the dispatcher will hear whatever has happened, I burst into the room with the intruders, brandishing the knife and shouting, I got the cops on the phone. Furbies. It was Furbies talking to each other in the middle of the night, in the dark. I had to explain to the dispatcher that there had been a horrible mistake and that I was so sorry. I honestly thought that they'd be mad that I called for a false alarm, but the nice lady explained it's better to be safe than sorry, and then hung up. Definitely the single scariest thing that's ever happened to me on a babysitting job, and yes, I am embarrassed. But I'll never forget that feeling of vulnerability and still knowing I had a responsibility to protect someone. Anyway, it all worked out in the end because I admitted the whole thing to the kids' parents when they arrived home, just in case the cops called by to warn them about the calling. They didn't, obviously, and I was just paranoid they would and that I might end up losing any future work from these two. Luckily, they were actually kind of impressed that I'd protected their daughter like that, and only ever called me in the future when they needed someone to babysit. So, all's well that ends well, I guess. I live out in the country, more woods and fields around me than houses, and back in the day when we went trick-or-treating on Halloween, we'd basically walk about 3 miles to knock on maybe 10 houses. Luckily, all the surrounding families compensated by giving out about buckets full of sweets, and we still had to walk around dark fields to get at them. So, around where we lived, there were several dirt paths through the woods that farmers used for their tractors and all that during the day. Me and my friends used to use these paths because they're usually quiet and have no traffic, unlike the road. So on Halloween night, when we're all about 15, it had rained during the day, so the paths were all muddy. We'd collected a fair amount of chocolate, so we're heading back, just messing around when we just so happened to go in a big loop so we could stay out longer. That's the best way of describing it anyway, because the point is, we were able to follow our own footprints through the mud, knowing we'd been the only people walking that way. Or so we thought, because as we're following them, we see this much larger pair of footprints that appear from the tree line and seem to follow us for a bit. We were definitely a bit creeped out by this, but it didn't mean they were following us. But then we saw that when we walked back into our loop, the bigger footprints followed us, and that basically, whoever it was must have still been behind us. That was a pretty chilling moment, honestly, and we all agreed to just stop messing around and walk home as soon as possible. And then right as we do, we hear something moving in the darkness behind us. I felt the tension creeping right up my spine as we all just stood there, too scared to move, just waiting for something terrible to happen. But thankfully, we were able to get home without incident. We never actually saw anyone. No one attacked us or anything, but that sensation that came after realizing we were being followed is one I'll never forget, especially with it having happened on Halloween of all nights, too.
I am 23 years old now, but I still remember this experience. I am a male, and when I was in around first grade, about 6 or 7 years old on Halloween night, my parents took my sister and I trick-or-treating, and I remember feeling super excited. Halloween was always one of my favorite holidays. I remember we went to the rich people's neighborhood because they always gave out the most candy. I remember I got a bit too excited and went on ahead on my own. And, as a kid, I was so amazed at everyone's costume. I would often go up to random people, look them up and down, and compliment them on their costume. I know, it was not a good idea, and probably wasn't incredibly safe to do this, especially being on my own. But I was a kid, so I didn't really know any better. One of the people had a scary mask on, and I was blown away on how cool and detailed it looked. I had to tell them. I just had to. So I did. I went up to him and told him how much I liked his mask, and he just stared at me for a few seconds. He pulls at his arm and grabs onto my hand with a tight grip. I tried to pull away, but he was not letting go. Instead, he continued to keep walking while holding on to me. I was so terrified that this stranger wasn't letting go and was taking me somewhere with him. I started screaming, but with crowds and crowds of people, nobody really realized what was going on. I was looking all over the place trying to find my parents, and I managed to spot my mom in the crowd not too far behind me. She also saw me calling and was calling out to me while trying to reach me through the crowd. The stranger must have noticed because he immediately let go and took off very quickly into the sea of people. I caught up to my mom, and for a second, I decided not to tell her. I don't know why, I didn't. It was only until a few years ago that I actually brought it up, and she said that I never told her about it and was so surprised that I had gone through this. It is scary though, knowing that some people out here kidnap children so easily and do God knows what to them. I was lucky enough to have been found by my mom when I did, but who knows what happens on Halloween every year. Be safe, swamp folk. This happened on Halloween of 2019. My friends and I were feeling the spooky vibes of the month and wanted to do something fun and exciting to satisfy our thirst. Being the dumb college students that we were, we decided on exploring somewhere allegedly haunted in the hopes of seeing some genuine paranormal activity. Since we're from Illinois, the popular destination of Bachelor's Grove Cemetery immediately came to mind, and it was settled upon. Once the sun had set and night had fallen, we made our first move, sneaking into the cemetery after it had closed to get the full experience without having to worry about any other visitors. I must admit, I always wanted to do something like this before, but it was genuinely terrifying. I was kind of afraid of what might be waiting for us in that cemetery so late at night. Stories always circulated around from the various apparitions people had encountered here, the different sounds that chilled them to the bone, and so on. Anyway, all of this was festering inside of me well before we started driving over to the cemetery sometime in the evening. It was a pleasantly long drive, but I wasn't really in the mood to think about anything else except for the potential horrors that roam the cemetery for all of eternity, or so they say. Coupled with the fact that we are going to be trespassing this entire time to get through in the first place, I was pretty nervous. My friends were apparently doing a much better job at keeping their fears in check though. For the sake of the story, I'll call them Logan, Paul, and Eddie. The entire car ride there, they were laughing and joking around, seemingly not worried about what we would be getting into or what we might see. Looking back at the entire situation, I should have known that their optimism was a bad sign. No way we would have been able to explore this place without being the slightest bit nervous, but what's done is done. A little past 7, once night had finally fallen for real, and darkness went on in every direction for as far as the eye could see, we arrived. Parking in the main parking lot was out of the question, because we did some looking into it and found that in previous years, local law enforcement liked to wait there and catch any would-be explorers before they could even get inside. So we had a backup plan. Since the actual cemetery was in the corner of a dense forest on all sides, essentially forming a square where all the roads would go around it, we were to park at some restaurant that was open super late and had a huge parking lot, all the way in the back, furthest away from the restaurant itself and closest to the road. This was the exact opposite direction from the front entrance of the cemetery, so we figured this was our best chance of getting in while avoiding cops. From there, we'd cross the street on foot and have a bit of a walk before arriving at a somewhat hidden path leading into the forest. Taking this back path would take a bit more time to get to the actual cemetery itself, since these trees were particularly thick and dense, but it was well worth it when considering the alternative. After everything was said and done, we found ourselves beginning our trek into the path. unsure of how far we'd have to go before we find what we were looking for. It was a windy night, and even though it wasn't especially cold or anything, I remember my teeth chattering and my skin going cold. Aside from the occasional sound of leaves being crunched under our shoes as we walked, there was absolute silence. My once cheerful and energetic friends were now suddenly quiet and subdued. Logan had this odd expression on his face, it being illuminated by my phone's flashlight as we walked. It was some sort of cross between fear and pain, like every step he took was causing him physical harm. Before I could question him about it, we found ourselves at our destination. Here we were, in the heart of Bachelor's Grove, with graves all around us and a certain chill in the air. It was decided that we would all split up to cover more ground, promising to call each other if we found anything or encountered anything. I didn't want us going too far away from one another, but I also didn't want to seem like a pussy, so I kept my mouth shut and began exploring. Most of the graves I looked at had either withered away from time and the elements, so I could hardly make out anything that was on the tombstones. The few dates that I could read went back all the way to the 1800s, and a sinking feeling in my stomach started once I realized these people had been dead and decaying in the ground for well over 100 years now. Feeling extremely uncomfortable with this realization, I began to back away from the graves and started to look for my friends to see if they had found anything supernatural yet, when suddenly, I heard it. Not just me either. All of us did. It was low, almost unnoticeable if you weren't paying attention, but with the way our senses were heightened, there was no way we would miss it. It appeared to be some sort of chanting, and it sounded like it was coming a little bit north from our direction, further into a clearing. I couldn't make any of the words out being spoken, or if it was even in English, but there was something creepy about the tone. Like it was religious, and the chanting was some sort of prayer. The voice that was doing the chanting was deep and gravelly, belonging to some sort of man that we could not see. The four of us shined our lights on each other to see our expressions at that very moment. We knew what we were going to do. Despite every fiber in my being telling me not to go any further and see what the source of this chanting was, my curiosity got the better of me, and I just could not resist. Eddie whispered to us to turn our lights off completely, while he dimmed his just enough to where it wouldn't attract too much attention, but we could still be able to see with it. The next few moments we spent creeping towards the noise. The more and more I started to lose it. My breathing was uncontrollable, and it felt like my heart was beating 1,000,000 miles an hour. I was so afraid of what we would find, and yet I still had to know. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, we had entered the clearing, and were a mere few steps away from the chanting. Eddie shone his light in the direction ahead of us just for a moment. We saw a cloaked figure bent over something in the grass, still chanting in that unrecognizable language. The thing in the grass looked like some sort of circle with a mark in the center. And I swear to God, I wish I could tell you that I'm lying about this, but when I realized what the symbol was, I felt like I was going to throw up. There was no mistaking it. It was a pentagram, made of some sort of strange material. For the brief moment that Eddie had illuminated the sight in front of us, I had been able to get a glimpse of the pentagram's material being bright red, and I shouldn't have to say any more than that. Once the light from Eddie's phone hit the back of the man's head, he immediately stopped chanting and stood up, still facing the direction of the pentagram. I can only describe the next few minutes as truly unadulterated terror, because before we knew it, he screamed a blood-curdling scream that rattled us to the core and turned around, beginning to sprint towards us. Everything happened so fast, I couldn't even make out the man's facial features except for deep, sunken eyes and an expression that radiated pure hatred. He really did want to bring us harm. Not wasting any time, we all fled in the direction we had came from, running faster than I think any of us had ever ran in our entire lives. I couldn't even muster up a single scream while running away. I was so petrified, I could not make any noise. Maybe it was a miracle, but we somehow, some way, managed to retrace our steps all the way through the path we took to enter the cemetery and forest, and eventually came out to the main road, which was devoid of any traffic for the time being. Afraid of what I would see if I looked back, I made a beeline to the car along with the others and hopped into the back seat. Not wasting any time to lock the door and roll up the window, we peeled out of there in no time flat and didn't stop driving until well over 20 minutes later. I honestly have no idea how far or how long that man chased us for, but I do know this for sure. We weren't supposed to be there that night, and we must have interrupted something important. I'll never know what it was, and honestly, I hope I never find out. We don't really talk about this, and I can't even remember the last time any of us even got together to hang out. But I don't think we ever will do anything like that again. I think that fright we felt is enough to satisfy us for the rest of our lives, and I'm thankful beyond words that we all managed to get away, alive.
I'm a male, 17, and this happened last year. Halloween was never my thing. I just didn't care about the holiday. I had planned on staying home, playing my video games and eating pizza, but my friend somehow convinced me to go to a party at this kid's house, and I knew the kid from school. I'd seen him around a few times. I was told that there was going to be a bunch of kids from my school there, so I figured, what the heck? I can have free drinks, snacks, I can go hang out with friends and get away from my dad scaring little kids for a few hours. Totally worth skipping my normal tradition. My dad begged me to stay home and help him pass out the candy, but I just wasn't feeling it. I told him that I'd be home before midnight. He was nice enough, and my friend Jay pulled up, and I didn't waste any time jumping into the car with him. My dad probably wasn't happy about me riding with Jay since he'd had more speeding tickets than anyone I knew. Jay parked a few blocks away from the party. We walked up the sidewalk, joking about how we would get to see a fight, and was happy to see our other friends waiting for us. I already had a bad feeling about the party. We weren't at the party very long before the bad feeling got worse. The party was going just as I had anticipated it would. However, who I hadn't expected to see, let's call her Marcia, was there. Marcia and I dated for 2 years before she found out that I was cheating on her the entire time. Things didn't end well between us, and before too long she had a new boyfriend. We'll call him Dave. Dave was an idiot. He bossed Marcia around, threatened any guy who talked to her, and had seen the inside of a jail cell one too many times. I was going to say something to Dave. I had finally had enough of his crap, but my friends told me to ignore them. Marcia wasn't worth getting into trouble over, so I left it at that and joined the crowd outside by the pool. I threw back quite a few shots of whiskey before challenging myself to win at beer pong. I kicked major butt at that. My friend tapped me on the shoulder and pointed to Marcia. Of course, she had to be walking towards me. I glared at her until she stopped in front of me. "I didn't expect to see you here," I growled. "Yeah," she chuckled. "I wasn't going to come here, but Dave insisted on seeing the cheating idiot. Well, here I am. I wouldn't get drunk if I were you. Never know what's going to happen." She smiled. "What?" I thought to myself, while Marcia walked back over to her boyfriend. Why would she say something like that? I mean, I knew that she could hold a grudge, but it felt more like a threat to me. I kind of shook the thought away from my mind and stuck close to my friends. We were talking about who would likely graduate high school and become a criminal, just the usual things teenagers like to think about, I guess. I snacked on several things nearby to try and sober up. I generally was all enjoying the company of my classmates before some jerk smacked my drink out of my hand. I turned around to see Dave standing behind me. He was livid. His cheeks were beet red and his jaw was clenched. That evil look in his eye brought out the inner a-hole in me. We exchanged some not nice words, and I was the idiot who threw the first punch. Brawling hadn't ever been my strong suit. Naturally, the criminal destroyed me. I dumped my beer on Dave, and he pulled a rather large hunting knife. I nearly crapped myself when I saw that thing. I knew Dave was dangerous, but I never thought that he'd bring a knife to a party. I felt like I was done. I tried to run away as quickly as possible, but I remember the entire world spinning. I was seeing spots, and I was completely out of my mind. It's hard to run when you can barely form a thought. Dave grabbed hold of my shirt and pushed me to the ground. I will spare you the gruesome details. Needless to say, I now have a prosthetic hand, and one incredibly sweet scar from my temple to my jaw. Dave, I will forever regret, was never locked up because he had an incredibly good lawyer, and I spent a long time in the hospital recovering with incredible pain medication, but I still hate Halloween. I hate Halloween, and I'm basically a decoration year-round, so no, I don't think that I'll think of Halloween the same. Halloween revenge. It's basically the best way to never get caught because there are a lot of other criminals roaming the streets on that night. I'm a female, 42, and this is why I can't trust the holiday. My mom and dad adopted me when I was 3 months old because my birth parents couldn't afford to have a child at the time, which is why they gave me the best shot at a good life. My adoptive parents have for me and still continue to be my support system when things go wrong. I'm grateful for them, and I'm glad that they weren't harmed on that night. Halloween was a good time of year for me. I got to spend it with my friends and family. I was able to decorate the house and watch all of the kids in the neighborhood get a good scare from our house. I generally enjoyed being able to sip on apple cider while telling spooky stories to the neighbors' 2 kids. They were good kids that I babysat when I was home from college. I was home for the weekends, so I spent as much time with my parents as I could before I had to go back and finish out the semester. My mom had to make a last-minute shopping trip, so I opted to go with her. We had been walking down the street for about 45 minutes before I even noticed that people passing by were giving us questionable looks. It continued for another few minutes before I leaned close to my mom. "What are they looking at?" I asked my mom. "They're staring at you," she whispered. "Why though? I don't know any of them." I frowned. "Don't think too much of it, honey. They probably just confused you for someone else." Probably." I couldn't stop thinking about the weird looks that those people had given me. I was just walking through town with my mom before we had to pass candy out. We grabbed lunch, finished our last-minute shopping, and headed home to get ready for the night to begin. The freaking sight that I went home to was bizarre. My dad had been watching the news and saw a picture of me. Apparently I had robbed a bank and shot 2 people who were in critical condition earlier that week. The thing that baffled me the most was the fact that I'd never done anything illegal in my entire life. The fact that I was wanted for a crime that I didn't commit sent my mom into high alert. She started talking about the what-ifs of the situation, and my dad seemed to know what she was talking about. The police showed up at my house, arrested me, and brought me in to ask me questions about the robbings and shootings earlier that week. They did release me, but they told me not to leave town because they'd be back if they had any more questions. My family was livid. The entire thing made me sick to my stomach. I laid down in my room for a while before waking up to hear someone screaming downstairs. I hurried down the staircase to see a girl who looked like me screaming at my parents. She was demanding to know why they didn't take her too. Turns out that I was an identical twin. My parents adopted me after another family had adopted her. I got the better end of the adoption because my parents had money, were educated, and had good careers, whereas her parents were drug dealers and she'd been abused her entire life. She dropped out of high school, skipped college, and became a stripper at some club 3 cities over. Her parents had told her about me when she was 21. It took her a few years to finally track me down, and she stalked me for months after finding me. This girl was committing crimes in my town, and people thought it was me, all because I didn't know that I had a twin. My twin was on something, some sort of drug. She was angry and finally had enough of my mom begging for her to just leave us alone that she shot her right in my mom's leg. She ran away from the house. I called for help and my mom was taken to the hospital. The police later arrested my sister for attempting to rob a convenience store a few blocks from my house, and she was charged for the crime she committed and sentenced with 30 years in prison. She writes me occasionally. She threatens my parents and myself because she still can't let go of the fact that I grew up with a better life. At times, I'm still baffled at the fact that she exists at all. It truly was like a horror movie. I feel bad for her, but it's not something that could have been prevented. It happens, and Halloween isn't my holiday anymore. all because of my insane twin. Two years ago, I was driving home late from work on Halloween of all nights. I've been stuck in the office way later than usual, working the tight end of a project with a guy who had a job lined up elsewhere and had otherwise totally checked out. I was angry. The least he could do was be professional about it, and if he was mad at the firm, why take it out on me? Anyway, it's like 8 p.m., I'm starving, and admittedly, I'm doing about 50 in a 30. Then out of nowhere, this little trick-or-treater steps out in front of my car, then freezes, legitimately like a deer in headlights, and just stares at me as I slam on the brakes. I was so sure I was about to hit her. And I know this is low, but I covered my eyes with my hands because I just couldn't bear to see this little kid get smashed. But then, by the time I stopped, I opened my eyes to see she's still standing there. She looks terrified, and you can hardly blame her. So, I open my car door, step out just enough to talk to her, and ask her if she's okay. She just sort of blinks at me, and I assume she's just in shock, so I ask again. But yet again, she doesn't answer. She just sort of looks at me and doesn't say a word. Then, right as I'm about to ask her where her mom and dad are, this big black van, the kind with the sliding door, appears out of nowhere and skids to a stop next to her. The middle door slides open and a man gets out, and I think this might be the kid's family or something, but the way the guy grabbed her, the way the girl screamed when the strange man picked her up, it gave me the distinct impression that whatever just happened was far from wholesome. I found somewhere to pull over, took out my cell phone, and immediately called the cops. I told them everything, what the girl looked like, what her costume looked like, the make and model of the van, along with as much of the license plate as I could remember. I sat there in my car, eyes closed, and tried to picture everything I saw in intimate detail. I assumed I'd be seeing something about it on the news. I mean, whenever a kid goes missing, and especially a violent abduction or whatever, it's normally all over the news, right? Not this time. I didn't see a single mention of it anywhere. I tried searching online too, and I didn't find a single report about black vans or child abductions anywhere around Kansas City. It makes me think I misunderstood what I saw. Makes me doubt myself. Maybe the kid was just, I don't know, disabled in some way and gotten lost while trick-or-treating. There's 100 different ways to rationalize it, but every time I remember the way the guy grabbed her and the way that kid screamed, I don't know. I think I witnessed something terrible, and whoever's responsible had gotten away with it completely. When I was 11 years old, I took my little sister trick-or-treating in our neighborhood. Long story short, there was a lot of trouble back home between my mom, my dad, and my stepdad, this guy called Craig. Craig was a jerk. My mom was a drunk, and Dad was fighting for custody of us. As you can imagine, it was incredibly stressful, and it definitely accounts for one of the most miserable times in my life. But that night's trick-or-treating ended with an absolute low point that I feel very lucky to have escaped. So I took my sister around the neighborhood, and we did okay in terms of our candy haul. Then by curfew time, I walked her back to our house, where we found Craig was waiting for us. He looked livid, but we weren't late coming back or anything, so as my sister walked back into the house, I gave her my bag of candy while Craig walked off toward the garage. I kept asking him what was going on, but he wouldn't say anything to me, and as he handed me some gloves, a shovel, and a trash bag, it felt a whole lot like I was being punished for something I didn't do. Then, as I followed him into the woods behind his house, I saw that he had a little hatchet in his hand. The last time I saw anyone with these items in tow, it was some neighbors going to butcher a deer that had been caught on their property. Poor thing had almost disemboweled itself on some razor wire and bled out during the night, and our neighbors must have had a heck of a time getting rid of it. So, as much as I'm kind of nervous about what's going to greet me at the end of our little walk, I couldn't have any idea how horrible it truly was. After about 10 to 15 minutes of walking, Craig tells me to stop and start digging a hole where I'm stood. I ask why, and he tells me to shut up and do as I'm told, which wasn't out of the ordinary, but after only a few scoops of dirt, he stops me. He asks if I want to know why I'm digging, and of course I told him yes, and he tells me that I'm actually digging my own grave. I thought it might have been a Halloween prank or something. One in bad taste, sure, but a prank nonetheless. Then he starts telling me about how my dad has a custody hearing coming up in 2 weeks and that it's my job to make sure that he doesn't win. If he did win, the hole I was in the middle of digging would become my grave. I was 11, dude. 11 years old. And this grown man is telling me how I need to, stop some entire legal proceeding or whatever. That, or he'd kill me, presumably with the hatchet he had in his hand. After that, we picked up all the stuff we'd brought out with us, then walked back to the house. All these years later, parts of me wonder why I didn't react more viscerally to actually being threatened with murder. I didn't cry. I didn't run. I just sort of accepted it. I imagine this is what my therapist calls my childhood traumas, and that I was just so burned out with the abuse and fear and the misery that I just took it in my stride. But I'm sure you'll all be pleased to hear that my dad ended up winning custody purely on the basis of him not having any kind of criminal record, while my mom's and Craig's rap sheet was like a mile long. Craig wasn't so smart either, as when the judge ruled in my dad's favor, me and my sister went right home with him. We never saw Craig again, and since my mom refuses to leave him, I haven't actually seen my mom since the hearing. We've talked on the phone a bunch, but I've no desire to see her in person. Not if Craig is still around. I grew up in a place called Fells Point in Baltimore. It's like an old Polish neighborhood, mostly low to middle income housing, but it's about a 15 to 20 minute walk away from Mount Vernon and the Arts District, which is where some of the nicest neighborhoods in the city are. Back when we were kids, I'm talking maybe 9 to 13 years old, our parents wouldn't let us trick-or-treat anywhere too far away from Fells Point or Little Italy. But first year of high school, right when we're on the cusp of being too old to even trick-or-treat in the first place, our parents tell us we're allowed to go out unsupervised and with a later curfew. By us, I mean my friend Nick and my friend George. We know we have to make the most of this newfound freedom, which is when George comes up with a plan that we all thought was a pure masterstroke of genius. Instead of trick-or-treating around some broke neighborhood, we could walk over to Mount Vernon and farm all the rich people candy instead. I mean, in actual fact, we found the nicer neighborhoods to be even less down with Halloween than friggin' Greektown, but at the time, we got it into our dumb heads that we'd be getting full-size candy bars, whole bags of loose candies, dumb ideas like that. So, we got into our costumes, then met up on the corner before heading over to Mount Vernon. But before we left, Nick stops us, puts on some cartoonishly spooky voice and says something like, "May the dark Lord Satan bless our journey, brothers." George, whose parents were hardcore Greek Orthodox and brought him up the same way, starts trying to give Nick a stinger, telling him to stop invoking the name of Satan and stuff. We just started laughing, and he always thought that Christian stuff made him look righteous, when in reality it just gave away that he was a total mama's boy. Anyway, the more George is getting mad at all the Satan stuff, the more Nick is doing it, and almost every time we got candy around Mount Vernon, Nick would wait until the person had shut their door before being like, "Hail Satan, brothers, the Dark Lord provides." It was super funny, and seeing George almost burst a blood vessel every time he said it was even funnier. So we're just walking the streets of Mount Vernon, running out of doorbells to ring, lots of art galleries and other stuff eating up whole blocks there, when we have an idea. The whole time, we hadn't been walking past anything that even resembled an apartment building. We'd have to buzz someone to let us in, and hope the person whose buzzer we pushed had some Halloween spirit about them. You get it. It wasn't an ideal trick-or-treat setup. But given we were running out of real estate and we were still entertaining this idea of there being these stashes of super candy or whatever, we decided to roll the dice on it. We walk down the path of one while we're studying the windows to see if anyone has any Halloween decorations on show. Nick just walks up to the little push pad thing and just mashes all the buttons. Lo and behold, a few seconds later, the door to the apartment buzzes and audibly unlocks. "Somebody's always expecting somebody," I remember Nick saying. I know we got that from a movie, I just can't remember which one. Anyway, once we get inside the building, we start knocking on apartment doors, getting told to buzz off by most people, and by the third floor, we're getting pretty tired of walking up each flight of stairs. That's when George has the bright idea of catching the elevator up to the top floor, then working our way down. Trust the fat kid to come up with that one, necessity being the mother of invention and all that. So, we get in the elevator, which was a little sketchy, but otherwise okay looking, and hitched a ride to the top floor. This place only had like 8 or 9 floors. We're lazy, sue us, so it was a very brief ride to the top of the building. But for the 30 seconds or so that we're in the elevator, Nick is putting on this deep voice, rolling his eyes, holding his hands out in front of him like a wizard or something and being like, "Hail Satan, may his candy gifts be bountiful." George just loses it, punches him in the arm and starts yelling at him about how he shouldn't be messing with things like that. The elevator reaches the 9th floor. Nick says, "Whatever," then goes to step out. But George grabs him by the arm, pulls him back, and starts shouting at him. And I swear to God, about if he keeps talking about Satan, and right when he says Satan, the freaking elevator just dropped into free fall for like a split second before stopping again. It was enough of a drop that maybe only like half of the opening was still visible, but my God, did we freak out. Scrambling out through the opening that remained, each assuming it'd be us the elevator dropped on. We all got out okay and the elevator didn't drop anymore, but we were just out of our minds, man. People were coming out of their apartments to see what all the fuss was about and then asking who let us in. It was a whole thing. Then one of the residents made a comment about calling the cops to have us taken home. We all just made a break for the stairwell. Like it probably would have been a good idea to get a ride home, but we were just so on edge after the whole elevator thing that we just bailed as soon as anyone mentioned 911. After that, we all went our separate ways and dealt with the trauma alone for the night. I want to make it clear at this point that I totally understand what happened was nothing more than a total fluke. Yeah, it was really freaking scary, but I don't think anything supernatural was at play. It doesn't matter if it was Halloween, and it doesn't matter that Nick was hailing Satan all night. But that's not what George thinks. No siree. I mean, some of you might have been able to guess that George saw the whole thing as a huge affirmation of faith, and I wish I could say that he got tired of saying, "I told you so," but he didn't. The thing that gets me, though, is how instead of being like, "Don't be a baby, there's no such thing as Satan," Nick seemed to actually believe it. He never came out and said it, and it's not like he started going to church or anything, but he wasn't his usual cocky self whenever the subject came up, and he always just went quiet whenever George suggested he had actually invoked Satan. Couple that with the fact he definitely picked up an interest in spirits and the beyond after the incident, and I don't know. I think Nick really did start believing that something else was at work that night.
I was 13 years old when this happened on Halloween night in 2015. Since I'd been sitting around all day, at 9 p.m. I decided to go for a walk out in the woods. It was one of my favorite things to do, since everything looked so different out in the dark and that there were no people around. I really loved the cool night air and the spooky feeling of the woods and the nearby pond. I'd started walking past my neighbor's blue house when they were having a huge Halloween party. There were flashing lights at the windows and music blaring, and I could hear all the drunk people raving in the yard. But soon enough, I had made it to the quiet woods like I had planned. As I was walking on the forest path, I started to feel very nervous and paranoid. I couldn't really see where I was going, and eventually had to take my earbuds off to be more aware of my surroundings. The feeling of uneasiness started to fade for a moment as I made it through the woods and onto a street near the one I lived on. I turned the corner back to my street, my earbuds back on, and blasting Nightcore, now almost relieved that I was almost home. I started to think I was being stupid for getting so jumpy over nothing, but then a thin figure appeared from behind the still lively blue house, and I immediately tensed back up. As the figure got closer, I placed my house keys between my fingers like I learned from the internet and tried to make out what I was seeing. The figure was a man, fairly tall, bald, and wearing a black suit. He was also ghost white, and due to my poor vision, I literally almost shit myself thinking it was Slender Man himself coming to take me. A moment later though, I noticed that he did in fact have a face, and he had painted it to look like a skull. The man was obviously wasted, and he was staggering in a zigzag motion across the empty street right towards me. For a split second, I was hoping he was too hammered to even notice me, but that hope quickly faded as he made his way right to me. I was absolutely paralyzed with fear. My house was only 2 houses away, but I'd have to get past this unpredictable man, and I had no idea if I could outrun him with my asthma. Panicking, I was considering other ways to get away from him into safety. Could I turn back and maybe take a long way around to the other end of my street? No. It's dark. There's no one around, and I could definitely not run for that long. Can I make it to my grandma's house? Can't do that either. There's no guarantee that she's awake or even home. As I was trying to decide, my thoughts were interrupted as the man put a hand tightly on my shoulder. He started speaking, but I couldn't hear him properly due to my music still playing in my ears. All I managed to hear was him questioning what girl my age was doing out alone so late at night. I could only stand there and stare. The man then paused, raised his arm, and then pointed a finger to the woods behind the houses and then said something. It was at this point that I decided if I didn't do something, soon my body would definitely end up being found in the woods. I looked at the woods, then at the guy, shook him off, and broke into a full-on sprint past him at my house, crossing some of that blue house's property. At my front door, I was furiously stabbing my key into the old rusting lock with my shaky hands, fearing that any second that man would come grab me from behind and drag me into the dark forest on the other side of my yard. I finally managed to get inside and made sure the door stayed locked before I could finally breathe again. I threw my shoes off and made my way into the basement as my tears started rolling down my face. Sobbing, I had told my older brother what was going on, and together we called our parents who weren't home at the time. They said they would check it out, and we didn't call the police, since it was a little town and no harm was actually done. The next day, my dad had informed me that the drunk man was actually just one of the taxi drivers in our town, and we just never spoke of it again. It's 6 years later, and I still get extremely nervous going outside after dark, even though I don't live anywhere near that place anymore. I've told this story to my friends a few times, and it honestly sort of annoys me that I didn't get as much as an apology from that guy. I really honestly hate the whole town, and the fact that no one there does anything when things like this happen. I'm glad I live in a bigger place now, where we at least have street lights. After listening to a bunch of Halloween horror stories, it reminded me of something that happened to me when I was 15. For some context, I'm a guy, and I was trick-or-treating with 4 of my friends who I'll call J, D, A, and T. We wanted to have some extra fun this time for 2 reasons. One, this was our first time trick-or-treating in what we called our late teens. The second reason was this might have been our last time trick-or-treating because of how busy our life would soon become due to academic reasons. This did turn out to be the case, but not for the reason we thought. We were walking down some random street when we saw a house with insane decorations to the point where we almost thought it wasn't even a house. We walked up to the door, and then before we could even ring the doorbell, some guy opened the door. This alone already put the 5 of us on alert. He then said,
"Sorry, we're out."
This honestly relieved us, and then we just walked away, not saying a word. We continued walking down the road, and then turned to walk to Jay's house. As we were walking, D had stopped us and then pointed out, "Yo, who is that?" We turned around and then saw a shadow about 75 feet from behind us. We gave it no thought and just continued walking. We eventually made it to Jay's house about 10 minutes later. His parents weren't home, so we could be as loud as we wanted. We had started playing video games in his room. That is, until we heard a scream. What the hell? We all turned and yelled when we saw the guy from the house at Jay's window trying to open it. Now, I was in a marching band at my school at the time, but what people didn't know was just how much it developed my legs. I stormed towards the window, opened it with so much force that it would have cracked the wall if I did it any harder, and then I kicked the guy straight in the face. He staggered back, and then I quickly closed the window. This may seem over the top, but I swear it actually happened. We then saw him run away, and we decided to stay the night just to make sure nothing happened to Jay. Why didn't we call the cops? Because we didn't feel like it was necessary that 5 15-year-old guys could easily overpower one old guy with a broken nose. But it's not like it mattered, because we never saw him again after that. And thank God for that.
For a little background information on myself, I work for one of the largest haunted houses in the United States. My family has owned and operated this location for more than 30 years. I'm not going to say exactly where it is, but I will say that most people probably know it. The event I'm about to tell you happened around 2005. For more obvious reasons, October is one of our most busiest months. We often hire people that have worked for the haunted house before, and when we were short-staffed, we will ask the coworkers to see if they have anybody they know that would be interested in working for the season. So this particular Halloween event we had going on, we were desperate for staff, as the town was having a large event, and it brought a crazy amount of traffic through our location, more than usual. Now, back in these days, we didn't really have Craigslist, or Indeed to hire people. It was more word of mouth, or we could put an ad out on the newspaper. So with that being said, one day we have a man who was in his early 20s. His name is Joseph, and he appeared to be a drifter. Now, some of you that don't know what a drifter is, it's more or less just someone that's homeless, that likes to travel a lot. Now, this wasn't too uncommon in our town. It was kind of a hot spot for this kind of activity. I gave Joseph a pretty formal interview. I knew that he wouldn't have any documentation, and offered to pay him under the table. Joseph had experience working with special effects and makeup. At least he said he did. So I didn't really question it. I told him what time to start, and I paid him a little bit up front, because he seemed to be a little bit down, and it seemed like the right thing to do. Joseph was going to start Halloween Day, and would be doing the makeup on all the staff. Everybody seemed to be having a good time. Families were coming in, tickets were being sold. In about an hour into the event, I had a couple of regular employees come to me saying that they smelled something that resembled blood, or like that of hard copper smell. If you've ever worked for a butcher or by a slaughter plant, you'll know what I'm talking about. I hadn't really thought about it at this point, but as soon as they mentioned to me, I also smelt it. It was very odory and strong, and as I passed by my employees, it became stronger. I noticed that my employees were covered in fake blood, but as I looked at it, the way it dried on their skin looked all too real. I asked them where they got this fake blood from, and almost simultaneously they said Joseph. Now keep in mind, I'm trying to run this event, and we have close to 40 employees there, as well as close to 100 people walking around. But finally I come up to Joseph and I could see his hands covered in the same substance. As I approach him, the smell hits me like a brick wall. Now at this point, I know for a fact that it's actually real blood. I asked Joseph what the hell he thought he was doing, and within seconds the man lost his shit. I mean, he absolutely screamed and yelled like somebody was stabbing him. Up until the point he seemed so calm. Already eyes were starting to look at us from around, and I was trying to calm down the situation to not start a panic. I told Joseph we could talk about the situation in my office. What he did next was something straight out of a horror movie. Joseph goes on to pick up the bucket that he was using, runs right past me and to the others into a large crowd of people, and tosses the bucket all over them. I just stood there with my jaw wide open, not really sure what to say or do. As I was trying to piece together everything that was happening, Joseph got away. I couldn't find him anywhere, all the while trying to comfort everyone, telling them all that it was just a joke. And another employee had called the police by this point. They arrived within a couple of minutes, and I had a lot of questions to answer, but no answers to give. The guy didn't give me any idea, so I couldn't tell him exactly what his real name was. All I knew was that it was Joseph. The only thing I could tell them was a brief description of him. He was tall, lanky. His skin seemed sun-dried and damaged despite his age. He had long black hair and, surprisingly enough, a perfect smile. They never did find out who it was or what his intentions were, nor did we ever find out where the blood came from. And I think it's the scariest part of the whole situation.
I actually had a pretty decent scare back when I was 14, and I'm in my early 20s now, so some of the more intricate details are a little hazy, but I'll try to tell it as accurately as I can remember. So the story happened on Halloween night in 2013. Me and my 3 friends, Dallas, AJ, and Anthony, had all collectively decided that we would meet up at my house to begin trick-or-treating, as my house was located right next to the wealthier neighborhood in the city. Our game plan to maximize our trick-or-treating efficiency was to start off at my house, then work our way down towards the nice neighborhood, and then loop around. Before we began, Anthony mentioned that he had bought some weed, and so we all smoked some in the alleyway by my house before we began. We made our way through my neighborhood, in a decent bit into the nice neighborhood before we decided to start heading back so we could get to the houses on the opposite side of the street as we started making our way towards my house. Unfortunately, it was already pretty late at this point, and so a lot of the houses had already started turning off their lights. By the time we were almost out of the nicer neighborhood, just about every house had turned their lights off, except for this one that was attached to a bunch of other townhouses. We, being the desperate, candy-starved teenagers that we were, weren't going to let the late hour of the night sway us from our potential earnings. So we all made our way up onto the porch and rang the doorbell. We waited for a decent bit, probably a good 30 seconds, before we finally heard some loud thumping behind the door. It was an older male, probably in his early 40s. He answers the door in a stained tank top and a pair of denim boxers. The guy looked like he hadn't showered or shaved in like a solid week, but he did seem pretty nice though, despite his appearance. And he made some sort of joke about us being the only trick-or-treaters out there, as we had stayed out later than everyone else, and so we deserved a better reward than the rest of them. He told us to wait there just for a moment while he went and got some treats for us. None of us really found his appearance weird, and I partially blame the weed that we'd smoked earlier, as we weren't as paranoid about him as much as we were paranoid that some cops would see us walking down the street and somehow know that we smoked. We heard his thumping footsteps as he walked around his house, and then a couple of minutes later, he then came back with some black DVD boxes. He held them out like a deck of cards, and he told us to take what we wanted. As he said this, he cracked a smile, and I remember thinking about just how gross his yellow, jagged teeth were. We looked at the covers, and they were all adult movies, some of them not even featuring females on the cover. AJ made a comment about the movies, saying we just wanted candy, but the guy just smiled wider with his crooked yellow teeth seeming to stick out of his mouth, and then he said,
I know what kids your age like to do. Don't worry. It's okay. You can trust me. I'm cool.
At this point, me and my friends all began awkwardly shuffling away from the porch, politely declining his offer, when the man put his hands on his underwear, then started rubbing himself as he begged us to stay and then come inside so we could watch movies together. He said that he'd let us eat all the candy we want, and other really disturbing things. While he was still going on his tangent, me and my friends all collectively decided to book it towards my house. Pillowcases full of candy awkwardly being shuffled in our arms. We ran out of the nice neighborhood and down this large hill that the nice neighborhood sat on top of, before forking it left onto the city street that would lead to my house. Before we made it out of the nice neighborhood, I remember looking back and seeing the grown man chase after us for the first part, but then giving up shortly after and going back into his house. We eventually made it to my house and went directly into the basement through a set of stairs that was in the back of my house. While we were in there, we all collectively talked about just how insane what happened was, and we wondered if the weed we smoked had made it seem weirder or maybe more normal than it actually was. Either way, we egged his house the next day, and we never went back there for Halloween ever again.
Okay, so back when I was in my 3rd year of uni, me and all my mates decided to go to this massive Halloween warehouse party as a group. For reference, we were 5 girls between the ages of 20 to 22. We all got dolled up in our various costumes, do some pre-drinking after meeting up in one of our flats. Then we get a taxi into the town center to head down to the club at about 11 at night. We get there, the music is great. Everyone looks lush, and aside from the steep drink prices, we were all having a better night. And then out of nowhere, some absolute bellend decides to ruin my night by harassing me wherever I went. I'm not one to turn down a drink or a dance if a lad is fit enough, but this wanker thought that it would be funny to act all creepy around us in a spooky clown outfit. And let me tell you something, I hate clowns. I'm serious. I'm 100% terrified of them, and I have been ever since I was a little girl. So for him to come up and think it's funny to actually scare me by making his mask stare at me was not my idea of a laugh. When I told him to F off, he kept saying, "Oh, come on, love, it's only a joke." But I wasn't in the mood for him, so I walked off to the bar and ignored him. After that, I kept noticing him looking at me from across the bar, keeping his mask on and staring at me because he knew it bothered me so much. I tried to just ignore him and focus on having a good time, but he really made it difficult and I never felt 100% safe. Later on that night, after a few more drinks, I started to need a wee, so I asked my friend to come with me to the toilets. I had to basically drag her away from the bar because she was chatting, and then just when we're outside the girls' toilets, she sees some guy that she'd fancied, so she asked me to wait a minute while I got his number. I tried to wait for her, I really did, but when I started to feel like I'd wee myself, so I just went into the toilets and found a cubicle. And this was later on at night, the last hour of the club night, so it was already emptying out and the toilets weren't that busy. I found myself a cubicle and then text my mate while I was having a wee to tell her where I was. I finish up, open the door of the cubicle, then walk out in the direction of the sinks to wash my hands, and then I see him. Clown Boy had just walked into the girls' toilets, still with his mask on, and he's making it stare at me again. There's no other girls in the toilets, and he's not laughing and trying to be funny like he was on the dance floor, and we're completely alone, and him just staring at me. He starts saying, "I was only joking, love. No need to be so uptight." And all this, but all I've got to tell him is to get out of the bloody girls' toilets and how he's a perv for following me into them. I'm trying to act all tough and angry, but inside I'm absolutely terrified, and I'm praying that another girl comes in and joins us soon. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait that long, and soon enough these other girls walk in and start berating this horrid clown boy for being in the girls' toilets. The noise then attracts one of the bouncers who radios his mates, and before long, the clown boy is being thrown out of the club for having gone into the girls' bathroom. I was buzzing, honestly. He seemed really angry at me and acting like it was my fault for getting him kicked out, but he couldn't do anything about it because he was basically being dragged out by the bouncers. What started as quite a scary situation ended up with a brilliant ending, because now I could enjoy the last hour before closing time without worrying about getting harassed. The club night finishes, but in the chaos of what spills out of the club and into the kebab houses across the road, I managed to lose all my mates. In the end, it's just me, on my own, struggling to get a taxi, and because it's October, I'm freezing my nips off. None of the black cabs had their lights on, and the ones that did got snapped up before I could even get a word in. It started to look like I was going to have to walk home, which would take about half an hour, and since I was wearing heels and a miniskirt, there was no chance of that happening. It was either walk, stand around waiting for a taxi around sleazy lads trying to chat me up, or a third option. There was a lad I'd been dating on and off that lived in a flat quite close to the town center, a flat that was maybe only 5 minutes walk away from the club I was at. I could call him and ask him to sleep over, but the problem was that he might think it was something that it wasn't. That, and I was still into him when I honestly wasn't anymore. Point being, I was still in two minds when I actually called him, woke him up, and told him my problem. He said it was fine, that he'd get up and get me a blanket so I could sleep on his couch. Knowing I could leave the chaos outside the club felt like such a relief. Definitely not the kind of place you want to be as a girl on her own. But then, as I'm walking away, I feel a bit guilty worrying about where my mates are, so I'm calling them and texting them, trying to get a response out of any of them, but no one will reply to me. So, picture the scene. I'm drunk, wobbling in my heels, trying to get my mates and remember how to get to this guy's flat, all at the same time. It put my multitasking abilities to the test, but I just about managed it, right up until I saw someone sitting on some steps not far ahead of me. They looked quite young, about my age, and they were absolutely plastered. They were sitting on the stone steps of a building, but they were leaning up against the wall next to them, looking like they were just completely out of it. I instantly got a bit nervous about walking past them on my own, so I crossed over to the other side of the street and just tried to get past them without drawing any attention. But in my heels, with that bloody clacking, it was almost impossible just to walk past without the drunk man noticing. I knew the moment he saw me because he starts drunkenly saying, "Oi, where you going?" But it was so slurred that I thought he just sat there on the steps, slurring to himself. But then the next thing, he's shouting, "Oi," even louder, and I look over my shoulder to see a lad who looked like he was half wearing a bowler suit from the waist down and who was carrying something in his hand. I couldn't work out what it was about him, but he looked oddly familiar, and it was only when he brought the thing to his hand up to his face that I realized what it was. He was carrying a mask, that same creepy clown mask that had been staring at me all night. It wasn't just some random drunk I'd been walking past. It was Clown Boy, and he was not happy to see me. I just kept walking at first, hoping that he was too drunk to follow me, but all it took was one look over my shoulder to see that he was. Granted, he was only stumbling towards me, trying to work one of his arms into his boiler suit costume thing, but he was definitely trying to follow. Again, my go-to move was to get bullshit, and I turned around to shout at him that if he came anywhere near me, I'd call the police and have him arrested. But that only seemed to make him laugh. His laugh in the club had been cringy, but now, with him being as drunk as he was, his laugh sounded all unhinged, a sound that was made even creepier when contained in the plastic clown mask that was creeping me out harder than ever. I tried walking as fast as I could in my heels, powering it towards a left turn that I knew I needed to take. I turned, acting like I was still going at walking pace, then I took off my heels and ran as fast as I could along the cold, wet pavement, hoping I could recognize where my date's flat was in the dark. I think that was the one move that saved me from something unspeakable that night, as Clown Boy didn't realize that I put some distance between us until we finally turned the corner and saw that it was running. He shouted again, but I didn't look back that time. I just kept going, keeping my eye out for the right apartment building. It felt like forever, but in the end, I spotted the right building, crossed over the road, then was almost at the buzzer when I felt it. This sharp, stabbing pain right in the center of my right foot, and I let out this really loud yelp of pain before basically hopping up the rest of the steps. I rang the guy's buzzer. He let me in, and I just about got myself through the big heavy door before I had to sit down and call him to come down and get me. As part of my black cat costume, I was wearing black tights that night, and there was blood just dripping off my heels as I was sitting down and holding my foot in the air. I didn't see it, but I knew what it was. I'd stood on some broken glass, and it had cut me really, really deep. Weirdly, it didn't hurt at all, even though there were loads of blood and I knew it was a deep cut. I think the adrenaline just kept me going, that and knowing that I was actually safe. The guy ended up driving me to A&E at about 4:30 in the morning, and we had to wait in a waiting room that was almost entirely made up of other people in costumes who'd hurt themselves while drunk. The guy I'd been dating on and off stayed with me the whole time, even held my hand when it was my turn to be examined. I thought that I might just get away with stitches, but I ended up having to stay in A&E for hours because the doctors wanted to make sure that there was no leftover glass in my foot. Thankfully, there wasn't. The doctor had got it all out on the first exam, but then I needed to get my foot stitched up, so that was more hanging around and waiting for something that was really, really unpleasant. Finally, after about 3 hours of sitting around and getting treatment, I was free to leave. The doctor told me to stay off my foot for at least a fortnight, but other than that, I was okay. I ended up going back to Leeds to stay with my parents while I was healing up, but the whole time I've been texting Joe, the guy who'd given me the lift and had been so nice during such a horrible time. We agreed to go on another date when I got back, as I thought giving me a second chance after all that was the least I could do. And I think that's where our relationship really started. When I realized how supportive and loving he could be during a crisis, I'd been incredibly indecisive about any potential relationship with him, but that sealed it, and we've been dating for coming up on 8 years now. A bit of a weird origin story for a relationship, I know, but it makes total sense in my head. That run-in with Clown Boy was without a doubt the most unsettling and frightening thing that had happened to me during my university years. Probably the one time I ever truly felt unsafe in Sheffield town center. I'm still eternally grateful to Joe for everything he did for me that night, and I'm hoping he'll keep me feeling safe for many years to come.
It was Halloween 2012, my senior year of high school. I went to a Catholic school, so we always had the day off after Halloween because it was considered a church holy day. So my friends were game to start our weekend early. On nights where we didn't go to parties, we usually do the same thing. We sit on my front steps for a couple of hours and joke around. Then we would walk the neighborhood and usually end up at this shitty pizza place across town because the prices were so cheap. Since a few of us had recently broken up with our girlfriends, we weren't in much of a party mood, so we did our usual. It's around 10:30 at night, and the pizza joint is closing up for the night. There were 3 of us, me, my friend Pat, and my friend Jack. We finish our food, refill our drinks, and head out. To get back to my house, we had to cross this large mall parking lot that's about 4 football fields long and 2 wide. I should mention at this point that we aren't dumb, naive kids. We all had grown up in the city and had our fair share of urban experiences. All 3 of us were pretty streetwise and were confident on the street by ourselves. But we experienced something this night that we were totally unprepared for. So we're walking through this parking lot and it's absolutely desolate, not a soul in sight. Suddenly we see a white tradesman van creeping slowly behind us, about 100 yards back. I know the old white van cliche, but I swear it's a real story. I point it out to my friends, and we pick up our pace. We pop the collars on our jackets and we hunch our shoulders out to make us seem a lot bigger than what we were. In an instant, the van speeds up and cuts off our path. Everything in the van is pitch black, so we can't see anyone in there. That's when someone calls out in a non-threatening voice, "Hey man, happy Halloween. You guys like Halloween?" Despite the jovial manner in which this was said, a van doesn't cut you off in a parking lot unless it had bad intentions. We had nowhere to go. We could run, but they're in a van. They would catch up easily and we'd have to turn our backs to them. He says it again. "Hey man, you guys like Halloween?" I respond trying to sound tough. "Yeah, but it's over now, alright? So we're heading home and you're on our way." "Nah, dude, it ain't over. We still got tons of candy in here." The tone suddenly shifted and still we can't see anyone in the van. 3 of us puff our chest out and get ready for a fight. After a brief silence that felt like it dragged on for hours, Jack cuts the tension by sternly saying, "Hey, listen up, man. I don't know what you think you're about to do, but if you don't leave, it's gonna be a problem." Once he said that, the back door of the van swung open, and 2 very tall men stepped out. They had black suits on with black leather gloves and were well built and strong looking. But the most menacing thing was that they were both wearing these cheap Mitt Romney masks. That's when we realized this wasn't a Halloween prank. At that moment, all three of us went to take off, but the van started driving circles around us. We had no idea how we were going to get out of this situation. I have no idea what these guys were planning to do with three 18-year-old men, but they seemed like they knew what they were doing, and we were all getting ready for the fight of our lives. The van stopped, and it looked like they were about to make their move. This was it. I mentioned that there was three of us that night. It was at this moment that our friend, Pat, the one who had stayed silent up to this point, leaned in to the both of us and quietly said,
"Hey, this is a Hail Mary, but get ready to fucking run when I say go, alright?"
He then picked up one of our sodas, which was in a cup, and threw it with all his might at the driver's side window. The window was open, and the cup miraculously connected with the driver's head. Pat screamed "run," and we took off across the parking lot. The van swilled off in the other direction, and we hurried our asses home. Jack and I were both confused as to why a simple cup of soda got them to give up their plans. Then we found out what actually happened. While we were panicking, Pat kept his cool. He nonchalantly dumped out the drink that was in his hand and slipped a big-ass rock into the cup. Then he waited for the right moment. The driver, thinking that this kid just threw a drink at him, wound up getting pegged in the head with a rock. It probably knocked him out cold, or at least brought us enough time to put some distance between us. All that was left after that was pulling off a miracle and getting the rock to hit. Maybe a guardian angel or God himself took care of that. I'm still amazed by it. But moral of the story, kids, don't panic when you're in a tight spot. If you lose your cool, you lose your fight. I'm a 32-year-old female living in Colorado, and Halloween is by far my favorite time of the year. But one Halloween stands out in my mind that I'll never forget, and it's not for the right reasons. It was 2007 and I was about 17 years old. Once it got dark, I met up with a few of my friends, Brittany, Rick, Curtis, and Micah. We were walking around a trailer park smoking weed and taking shots and just having a good time. We must have been walking for about 20 minutes when we came up on this group of guys that were smoking a meth pipe just out in the open. We just walked straight past them when one of them yelled, "Hey," as loud as possible. We all stopped and turned around, and Curtis said, "Yeah?" One of the guys asked in a demanding voice,
"Want to give me a hit of what you got there?"
Curtis held up the roach. We just finished smoking, and he said,
"Sorry, man. We just finished it off."
They didn't reply. They just turned away from us. Suddenly, one of them turned around and asked for $5. Again, Curtis responded,
"Sorry, man, I'm broke."
The guy gave a really weird smile, baring his crooked yellow teeth, but his eyes were dead and cold. It was very unsettling and clearly a forced smile. He then said,
"Oh, all right. You guys have a good night."
We turned back and started walking away. Something was off about that group of people. But then again, they were on hard drugs. We walked for about a minute until I heard a bunch of people running up behind us. It was Halloween at that time, so there was a lot of people everywhere. But it was that group of people again, and they were coming up fast. We bolted down the road, and everyone ran off in different directions. I jumped a few fences and hid inside a random person's shed. My heart was beating so hard I thought it was about to explode. I waited about 20 minutes, slowly opened the shed, and peered out. I didn't see anyone, so I started to look for my friends. Found Brittany and Rick. We looked around for Curtis and Micah. Curtis' phone was dead and Micah wasn't answering. We finally found Curtis. One of those psychos stabbed him in the leg and took his wallet, and his jeans were soaked in blood. We called 911 right away. Then we found Micah laying on the sidewalk. She could barely get up, and she told us that two of the guys jumped her and beat her, as well as stealing her money from her pocket. For reference, Micah is about 115 pounds and 5'1". It disgusts me to think that full-grown men were so high that they thought it was okay to beat up an innocent small girl like that. It definitely ruined one of my favorite holidays, and I still think about it these years later. If a random group of people ever call out to you, just keep walking. Always carry a taser, pepper spray, just any weapon. You never know what kind of weirdos are lurking out there in the dark. I'm a girl, and this happened when I was about 9 years old. At the time, I loved to trick-or-treat in my neighborhood. This was short-lived because, by then, my neighborhood wasn't exactly safe anymore. That year, which was 1992, I attended a church Halloween party. There were many kids that I recognized from school and from nearby areas. I dressed up in a little devil costume that year, complete with paste-on horns and, the usual. Yeah, a little bold for a church party, but several other kids were dressed as devils, and I saw many girls dressed as witches. The party host, who I'll call Father Francis, stood greeting everyone. I remember he was dressed like a version of Captain Hook. Every kid attending got goodie bags at the door from Father Francis. For some reason, every kid who was dressed up as a witch or a devil got a baggie of homemade cookies. They looked like sugar cookies, with powdered sugar dusting the tops. The party was great fun, but I was eager to get home and try a cookie. Father Francis had told us not to eat the cookies there because he said it's our little secret. I saw nothing sinister at the time, but looking back, something seemed weird and wrong. When I got home, I decided to try one the next day. I remember finally trying a cookie. I almost immediately spat it out in the garbage. It tasted really bad, and the powdered sugar was bitter tasting. My mom noticed my reaction and asked to try one. Her reaction was identical to mine. She demanded to know where I've gotten these from. I told her Father Francis had given me a bag of them. Grabbing the bag, she inspected the cookies. She smelled the bag, making a suspicious face. And then she tasted the powdered sugar. Her eyes widened, and she practically hurled the bag of cookies into the trash.
Don't eat those, honey, alright? Those are bad. Very bad cookies.
As this was a Saturday, we had no way of alerting fellow classmates or friends. Monday, I learned the worst had happened. 16 children, all who had been given a bag of cookies, had been hospitalized for contamination. We learned the powdered sugar was in fact ant chalk. Of the 16 children that got sick, 2 died because they'd eaten a whole bag of cookies. Thankfully, I never got sick because I only bitten one, but never swallowed it. Father Francis ended up going to prison for 20 years for his involvement. He claimed in his defense, he was doing God's work by ridding the world of evil. He turned out to be an evil man who felt no pity for the children who got sick, or the 2 who had sadly died. I heard as they hauled him off to prison, he kept screaming,
I did God's work. I'm a tool of God. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong.
From then on, I never attended another church party of any kind, and my trust for those figures was pretty much destroyed. I also have almost never accepted baked goods from others again. I kept thinking, what if I had been one of those who had eaten a full bag? Chances are I've been hospitalized too, or much worse. The moral of the story is, be careful of anything you accept from others, even if they're a person of cloth.
This happened to me when I was 24 years old while home alone, primarily on Halloween night. During this time, I was still living with my parents as I was still a college student that didn't have a job with any money. My parents had to take my younger brother, who was around 10 at the time, to one of his friends' Halloween parties to have their fun. I had been invited to a Halloween party myself, but decided not to go as I'd came down with a mild fever earlier that day and didn't want to risk it going back up. Therefore, I was left at home to hand out candy for the trick-or-treaters, which I didn't mind even though some kids would be annoying. Throughout the night, I'd constantly be sitting on the couch, either playing some video games or watching Netflix, and would pause it once there was a knock at the door. Fast forward to around 10 p.m., Halloween started to die down. People stopped answering their doors and turning off all the lights until everyone was gone. Just as I was about to turn off the TV and get some shut-eye, I heard yet another knock at the door. In my mind, I thought it would be more of those pesky trick-or-treaters, but when I opened the door, I was greeted as someone who was at least 6'5", definitely not a kid. They had on what looked to be a zombie mask of some type, which I must admit was pretty creepy. The design was on point and the mask seemed very well detailed. I also noticed that he had a handgun sticking out of his back pocket, but at that point, I completely dismissed it as a prop. "Oh, hey there, happy Halloween," and proceeded to grab the bowl so he could take some candy. The only problem was that he either didn't acknowledge or care about the fact that he even said anything. In fact, I noticed that he didn't even have a candy bag with him. He just stood there motionless, slowly tilting his head to the side to, I guess, create more suspense. At this point, I'm a bit creeped out and told him that I had to go and to have a nice night, while closing the door and making sure it was locked. I looked through the people, and to my surprise, he was still standing by the stoop like a statue. I figured that it was probably some edgy teen playing a joke on people and that he'd eventually have to leave. And he did. An hour later, my parents had returned home with my brother and I decided to call it a night as I had class early the next morning. But there was yet another knock at the door, this time much more loud. I opened it and was greeted with 2 police officers with very serious looks. My dad then came to the door and one of them had asked us if we had seen anyone come to our house with a mask and a concealed firearm. At first, I didn't know what they were talking about, but then I remembered about my encounter. Their description matched the person I saw almost perfectly, and it was no doubt him. They went on to explain that the person I saw supposedly murdered his girlfriend and had dumped her body in a nearby lake. He was put in a mental institution a few years back and was released on, quote, good behavior. My heart dropped into the pit of my stomach as they said this. A few days later, my mom found a letter in our mailbox that wasn't in any sort of envelope. Written in big bold letters were the words, "You made the right decision when you locked the door."
Okay, so I'm not exactly a 911 dispatcher, but I work very closely with them, although they'd never actually know it. For the past 4 or 5 years now, I've worked as the IT guy for a law enforcement agency, and it's my job to bring up specific 911 calls wherever there's a big incident or a legal request coming in. I would listen to the calls to make sure that we got all the correct radio traffic, which would of course mean that I had to listen to all or most of the call. I also did this to make sure that we had the right 911 call that was being requested for review. The one that sticks out to me happened about a year into my job, on Halloween night of 2009. I was actually repairing some equipment in our dispatch center when the call came in and had to immediately pull the recordings as we all knew it would have been requested. I listened to it all happen and did my best to assist. A 12-year-old boy called in hysterical and asked for an ambulance because his mom was shot. We of course dispatched immediately, but they were in the middle of nowhere and the closest ambulance was 30+ minutes away. As the call continued, we got him to tell us what had happened. The kid was all set up to go trick-or-treating, and for whatever reason, he decided that his dad's gun would tie it all together. It was an older-style bolt-action rifle with no safety and an extremely light trigger pull. He had just pulled it out of the case and accidentally hit the bolt on the side of the table, which caused the gun to fire. The bullet went through the bedroom wall, into the kitchen, and hit the mom in the stomach, all while she was standing less than 30 feet away. I don't know where the dad was, but he wasn't home when this all happened, so the dispatcher had to direct the son on how to stop the bleeding. Listening to that call was honestly the most terrifying, traumatic, and heart-wrenching few moments of my life. At first, you could faintly hear the mom in the background saying stuff like, "It's okay. You didn't mean it. It's okay. I love you." She just kept repeating the stuff over and over while the son was sobbing and giving us all the info as we tried to assist. Towards the end of the call, the son was shouting over and over, "Mama. God, Mama, I'm so sorry, Mama. Don't die, Mama. Mama, please." As far as I know, she was gone long before the ambulance ever arrived. The dispatcher I work with managed to stay cool while I was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, and they worked like a well-oiled machine during the whole call, but sadly, I don't think that story came with a happy ending. Dispatchers truly are the unsung heroes. The emotional and mental toll that it takes on people that do the job is crazy. I know for a fact that I couldn't do it. I'm just not emotionally tough enough. But that just makes me all the more grateful for those that are.
This story is told in the perspective of a female. A little bit of context as to what made this story absolutely terrifying. I was 14, and this took place just last year in the fall, and at the time we lived in Boston getting ready to move. Life was kind of like what you'd expect in Boston. It was warm for most parts of the year, and it would completely change as the colder months came in. My family and I had been living in an apartment complex ever since I was born, and I basically considered it as my childhood. The complex was located in the suburbs of Boston, which meant that we were far away from the actual city, which I very much enjoyed. Behind the apartments were some woods that went on for about a few miles, and beyond the woods was my old elementary school. I used to go through there when I was younger and pretend that I was exploring to tell people that I was searching for artifacts. Since we were about to move, I thought I'd take at least one last hike through the woods to my old school just to say a quick goodbye kind of thing. Let me point out that even in the month of October, it was still unbelievably cold outside, forcing me to put on extra layers of clothing. I get on my shoes and jacket and start walking into the woods. Most of the leaves had already fallen off of the trees with that iconic brownish orange color that we all know and love. Eventually, I reached the end of the path and had entered what used to be my school's soccer field. This was on a weekend, so the school was obviously closed. I'm walking over to the park area to maybe sit down on the swing when I noticed some guy I had never seen before sitting on one of the benches. At first, I got a bit disappointed as I thought it was a security guard and I would get in trouble for trespassing. But upon closer inspection, this guy didn't even look like one. In fact, he didn't even wear anything that resembled a security guard. This guy was wearing a pair of cargo pants and had a long white sleeve sweater on, and his hair was a mess. The thing I remember most about him was the fact that he had been fidgeting and having a few verbal tics. Since we lived in the suburbs, you'd have your fair share of creeps and weirdos every now and then, so I dismissed it as one of them. I sat on the swing, scrolling through Instagram and whatnot, when I looked to my left and see the guy walking up to me. The thing that caught me off guard was the obvious blank expression he had on his face, like he was doing something mundane, like taking out the trash or raking the leaves. I give him a friendly nod and go back to my phone. He keeps walking and eventually stops right in front of me and says the following. "Hey there, I've lost my dog and I can't find him. Can you please help me look for him?" I was skeptical at first, but being a person who absolutely adored dogs, I couldn't help but say yes. He then looked at me and gave me an unsettling smile while reaching out his hand as if he wanted me to come with him. It was at this point when I decided that there was something off about the situation. Even though there wasn't anything too off about his appearance or personality, something in my gut told me not to go with him. I quickly tell him that I forgot that I had a dentist appointment to go to and apologized. I know, not the best excuse, but I had to think of one fast enough before he caught on. As I'm getting up from the swing, his creepy smile turns into a frown. It was kind of like the look a child gives when they can't have a toy or candy. Coming from someone who looked to be in their late 30s, it was much more disturbing. As soon as I get up, he says 5 words that have haunted me till this day. Okay, see you later, Courtney. He said my name. I have no idea as to how he knew or if he just guessed it. But needless to say, I walked away from there and eventually made it back to the complex. The next week, we had left Massachusetts and started to begin our new lives in Florida. I'm not sure if he had taken a lucky guess when he was getting my name right, or the possibility that he somehow knew.
Back when I was still a junior in high school, me and my cousin used to volunteer with the local church, and every Halloween, we'd act as chaperones for the younger kids so they could trick-or-treat in safety. It was a pretty good gig, if I'm honest. Most people whose homes you stop at recognize you were the chaperone and offer you a piece of candy or two, which meant you could still cop some free candy despite being way too old and out of costume. We'd been chaperones during our sophomore year, so we knew how much free candy you could get, and since we didn't have anything better to do on the next year's Halloween, me and my cousin figured we'd volunteer again. Just like the first year, we took charge of about 4 third graders each, then walked them around the neighborhood, knocking at any houses that had decorations outside. We head up this one cul-de-sac and we start working our way around the circle of houses when I notice an older kid sitting on the porch of a house across from us. He was maybe about 12 or 13, older than the kids we had with us, but definitely younger than we were, and he's just mad-dogging us from across the street. He did not look happy to see us there at all, and I even gave my cousin a nudge to be like, "What's that kid's problem?" We agreed to maybe not knock at that kid's house on the way out of the cul-de-sac, as we definitely didn't want some sort of confrontation occurring. But in the meantime, we could still knock at other homes so the kids could get some candy. My group had just finished up at one home and was in the process of leapfrogging my cousin's group when I heard a snapping sound coming from the other side of the street. Having not recognized what the sound was, I had no urgency about me as I turned to see where it was coming from. But when I did, I could feel the blood draining from my face. The angry-looking kid from the other side of the street was in the middle of reloading one of those break-barrel air guns, and I started to panic as I realized that he might have hit one of the kids in my group. And that's when the screams started. My head whips around to see a little girl who's in the middle of unleashing the most ear-splitting scream I'd ever heard. She's pointing at another kid, one dressed as the blonde girl from that Frozen movie, who had a hand over her eyes with blood dripping out from underneath it. I remember going to complete panic mode. Not so much because the kids were hurt, or even that her injury seemed like it was really bad. It was because I'd already seen the kid reloading. He didn't just shoot and run away. He wanted to keep shooting. My first thought was to tell the kids to run for cover, but before I could even get a word out, they were scattering in different directions. Meanwhile, my cousin had been wise enough to the kid shooting pellets at us from the moments he fired the first shot, and the kid only barely got another pellet into the barrel before my cousin just slammed into him. Both of them were sprawled out on the ground for a second. Then just before I ran away to help, my cousin wrenches the air gun away from the kid and starts beating the life out of him. I mean, absolutely knocking the snot out of this kid over and over again. What came next was just total chaos. People were coming out of their houses, drawn by the sound of the screams. Most didn't seem to know what was going on, and even tried to get my cousin off the shooter before he started yelling back at him about how he was the one who'd stopped the shooting. The cops took way too long to show up because there was no initial reports of gunshots or anything. That, and I guess they were super busy with it being Halloween. The EMT showed up first, and it was while the little frozen girl was being treated that I learned her injuries weren't that bad. I thought the little pellet the kid had fired had taken the poor thing's eye out. It turns out, it had struck her just around her eyebrow, and although there was a nasty gash, she hadn't been blinded, thank God. Once the injured girl had been taken off to the hospital and I had made about a dozen phone calls to a dozen different people, I finally led the kids back to our church, leaving my cousin to wait for the cops while still sitting on the shooter. My cousin said the whole time his biggest worry was the shooter's kids' parents appearing, but he was in that cul-de-sac for just over an hour, and not only did they not show up, but no one seemed to know who or where they were. He told me that after the cops arrived, they arrested the kid, asked him a few questions, and he passed on my cell number so they could talk to me too. I didn't realize it until talking to them, but I don't think I'd taken the time to properly process what had happened. So as I was breaking down what I'd seen before the kid fired, I ended up breaking down too. Like I said, the shooter was only maybe 12 or 13 years old, meaning he probably is either in juvie or some kind of program as I'm writing this. I know kids his age can be mindlessly and thoughtlessly cruel, and that in opening fire on that little frozen girl, he hadn't properly thought through his actions. But I remember being that age, and I can't imagine having the hatred or malice in me to do anything like shoot an air gun at a little girl's head. It's no surprise to me that his parents weren't around, and I'm not trying to excuse his actions, but I've always wondered what the kid's home life was like for him to even think about hurting someone like that. I hope he was punished, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I hope that kid gets the help he needs. Not so much because I feel particularly bad for him, which to be fair I do, is because if he doesn't get help, that little girl might not only be the innocent young female he ends up hurting.
I'm a 22-year-old female, and this happened about a few weeks ago. For some context, I work at my local Starbucks as a barista and would oftentimes have to work super early in the mornings as I had classes during the afternoon and night. This was during the global pandemic, and our state was one of the states that reported a high record of increasing cases. And seeing as fall was rolling in, it was no big surprise. Because of this, our manager obviously made us clean the shop like crazy and made sure we were on top of it. This included wiping down the tables and making sure everyone wore a mask. One morning, a coworker of mine had told me to go clean the outside tables as a few customers had left. I put on my sweater and mask and start spraying the table when I looked to my right and noticed a guy sitting in his car in the parking lot. Now, this wasn't too strange as the Starbucks was located in the city, so you'd have a lot of people everywhere. I go back inside and continue my place at the counter when the guy from the car walks in. At this point, I realize that he was not a pleasant-looking man. His eyes were red and his skin was pale, and his hair was a mess. He came right up to the counter, and as usual, I greeted him with a, "Hi, welcome to Starbucks. What can I get for you?" He responds with, "I'll just have a medium black coffee, sweetie." I awkwardly smile and tell him his total. He then proceeds to take out a $5 bill and then gives it to me, making sure our hands touch. I tell him that it would be right out, and he goes to sit at a nearby table. While brewing his coffee, I see him constantly staring at me through the corner of my eye, but I tried to make it seem like I wasn't interested and just focused on working. Once the coffee was done, I bring it over to him and tell him to enjoy while walking back to the counter. "So, Kate, what time do you get off?" At first, I was confused as to how he knew my name, but I then realized that I had my name tag on. I quietly cussed to myself and turned around to face him. I answer him nervously and lie, telling him that I got off at 6, when in reality I got off at 4. He asks me if he could pick me up to give me a ride home, and I politely decline, telling him that I already have a ride. He went from just your average Starbucks customer to just plain rude. Thankfully, he takes his coffee and walks right out the door. I begin to tell my coworker about the guy, and she gets this shocked look on her face and recommends I tell the manager. For some reason, at that point, I didn't end up reporting him to our manager, which, looking back, was a stupid decision. Finally, 4 p.m. comes around and I tell my coworker that I'm leaving. I go outside to my car, making sure the guy was nowhere in sight. Thankfully, he wasn't. Being a paranoid person who watches way too many horror movies, I thought for sure that he would be out here waiting for me. The next day when I come into work, my coworker comes over to me and says, "Kate, is everything okay?" in somewhat of a worried voice. I respond with yes and tell her about the guy from yesterday. What she said next chilled me to the bone. That guy came in the store just before 6. He said he was here to pick you up. My heart sank into the pit of my stomach, and I told her that I lied to him, claiming that I got off at 6, which is why he was here. I then told my manager everything that had happened, and he said that he would keep an eye out for him. The most disturbing part, however, is later that day, my coworker had told me that when he got out of his car, she saw 2 hidden men in the back seat. After that, I quit my job at Starbucks as I didn't feel safe, and I now work at a grocery store. God only knows what would have happened to me had I told him the real time I got off. This took place in Norway during the autumn back in 2010 when I was in my teenage years. This is by far the weirdest and most strangest encounter I've ever come across in my life. I lived with my grandparents at the time, as both my parents were verbally and physically abusive to each other. Because of this, my grandparents had taken me to go live with them as they didn't want me to live in an unsafe environment of a household. My grandparents worked during the day, and even though I was young, they trusted me very well and would oftentimes let me stay home alone until they got back. It made me feel special and mature. One day, my grandma was out doing errands and my grandpa was at work. Normally, my grandma would ask if I wanted to come with her, but my grandma was the kind of shopper who spent long hours shopping for products that had the best deals. I got bored very easily and wanted no part in that, so I always stayed home. I stayed in the living room and was occupying myself by playing a few video games on my Xbox. Then, at around 6 p.m., I start to get hungry and go to the kitchen to go grab a snack. As I'm walking to the kitchen, I hear a loud, frantic knock at the door, which startled me a bit. It was a bit odd considering we lived in a rural area and the nearest town was miles away, so it was rare for someone to be at our door. Either way, I still wasn't allowed to open the door for anyone. But seeing as it was getting cold outside, and the off chance that somebody needed help, it didn't seem like I had a choice. I go over to the door and ask, "Who is it?" There was no answer, and I really didn't expect one. I undid the lock and opened the door, but to my surprise, there was nobody in sight. I assumed that it was probably just some kids playing Dig Dong Ditch, and I closed the door again. Not even 10 seconds later, the frantic knocking came back, and I ran to the door, hoping to catch the pranksters. But yet again, there was nobody there, and this time, I didn't even hear anything. The only thing I could hear was the wind howling and the autumn leaves fall to the ground. I go back inside, and as soon as I do, the knocking comes back and I open the door immediately to see nobody. My heart sank into the pit of my stomach as it didn't make any sense. I shut the door and locked it and told myself that I wouldn't open it again no matter what. And that's what I did. I stayed up in my room until one of my grandparents got back, and I was still trying to process as to what the hell I just witnessed. An hour later, my grandma finally came back from shopping, but I never did tell her about the knocking. Even if I did, she still probably wouldn't have believed me. I went to bed that night, thinking all about the incident, because I know what happened. I just can't seem to wrap my head around it.
I've been a police officer for the last 7 years, and for 3 of them, I worked as part of an emergency response team in a busy London borough. On Halloween, we drove over to a suspected domestic violence incident in a block of flats. The informant was a woman who was in the middle of taking her kids trick-or-treating when suddenly they heard screaming and fighting coming from one of the flats. Domestic disturbances like that are a depressingly common occurrence sometimes, and they can obviously make for very volatile situations. So as me and a colleague drove over to the address, there were quite an intense feeling of apprehension in the car. We had no idea at the time, but the encounter we were about to have would become a bit of a legend back at the station, and is something I've never really ever been able to properly explain. Once we arrived at the address, my colleague and I walked up a few flights of stairs, found the flat that the disturbance was coming from, then knocked on the door. I hadn't heard anything on my way up the stairs and certainly couldn't hear any disturbance coming from inside once we were at the door. There was a good chance that things had simply died down, but that didn't mean that we didn't have to follow up with a welfare check and some questions. After knocking twice, we had no response, and it didn't look like we were going to get to talk to anyone from the property, so my colleague left me to go downstairs and speak directly to the informant. While he does that, I thought I'd be able to get one of the neighbors to talk to me, but right as I'm about to buzz the next flat over, the door of the address we'd been given opens up, and this old lady comes to the door. It was only coming up at 10 p.m., but we'd clearly woken her up with our knocking, and she was naturally alarmed to see me standing outside. I told her that someone had called saying that they could hear a disturbance coming from within her address. I asked her if there was anyone else inside with her, and she looked bemused and told me that she lived alone and had been sleeping. Confused, I then radioed my colleague to double-check if I was calling at the right place. Then, when he confirmed that I was at the right one, I figured that I'd dig a little bit deeper. I asked the little old lady if I could pop into her flat for a minute so I could have a look around and make sure no one was there. She tells me, of course, that I'm more than welcome to have a look around, but when I walk inside, the flat is in almost complete darkness apart from her hall light and her bedside lamp. I begin searching through the flat just to be on the safe side. My big fear was that someone had broken in, then had threatened to hurt her if she didn't tell us everything was okay. So once I eliminated my own personal worst nightmare, I decided we'd just move on and wait for any additional calls. Then, right as I'm about to leave, my colleague called me up on the radio. He sounded a bit flustered as he told me that he was on his way back up, then asked me if everything was okay. I'm obviously very confused as he seemed to be acting like I was in trouble when everything was just fine. He then told me that there had been a second 999 call from one of the flat's neighbors, and they too could hear screaming and loud thuds coming from the flat I was in. I just stood there for a moment, listening to nothing but silence, while feeling this weird chill creeping up my spine. There had to have been a mistake. There just had to be, because although we got our second call stating that there was an ongoing disturbance occurring, I was in the flat itself, and I couldn't hear a bloody thing. Once I'd actually confirmed that nothing was going on, we left shortly afterwards, having made a point of apologizing to the elderly woman for waking her. The week between Halloween and Bonfire Night tends to be a very busy time for us for obvious reasons, so it wasn't like we had too long to sit and reflect on what had just happened. And the next thing we knew, we were off chasing some teenagers who responded to a rejected trick-or-treat attempt with broken windows. It was only much later on, when the night had quieted down a bit, that we started to go over what had happened back at the flats and why exactly the whole thing felt really creepy. The next time I was on shift, I was immediately greeted by a colleague who asked me, "So what did the ghost look like then?" Everyone was joking that we just visited a haunted house, with some genuinely more convinced on it than others. I don't believe in any of that, but sometimes I wonder just what was happening to make people complain of screams inside that flat, when in reality, the place was as quiet as the grave.